one is in Portuguese, the second one is in English. All these lectures will be available, and you can access them in Futuro Verde Digital. Again, Futuro Verde Digital. So we are going to continue now. Next section here is going to be investing in the development of on green development in the Amazon, fostering creative economy in the area. We're going to have as a participants Akram Esper Jr. He's going to be taking over moderation. Luciano Gorgulho from the Department of Urban Development, Asset from BNDES, Chizaka from the Fijan. Good afternoon, everyone. Now that we've all been suitably fed, let us continue our panel here. This is going to be our third panel. We're going to be fostering creative economy. I'd like to invite our specialists here to begin this discussion in the having in mind sustainable development to see which mechanism we can leverage to create said expansion. We're very glad to have all of you here. We're very, very sure to have great contribution. We're going to start our panel with Mrs. Luciana Gorgulho, Chief of the Urban Development and Urban Asset in Tourism from the BNDES. From 2008 2019, she was Chief of SEDUC, working with BNDES, seeking to develop Brazilian education with endowments involving Brazilian culture, especially the audio, visual, music, and games industry, and linked to many projects with revitalizing historical Brazilian patrimony and the preservation of Brazilian data. So please, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for having me. Akram, thank you so much for having me here. Congratulations on such a great event. Such an important event for us to have, where BNDES is involved to talk about creative economy within this context. We have a panel here that's going to be slightly different. But over here we have the same spirit. We're going to identify riches that are intrinsically from in the area to help with social and economic development. So very much like the forest is the gold, we want to seek and show that culture, creativity, and the historical asset is incredible for the development of the region. And according to the Chief of Urban Asset, I have been given the task to manage our material assets, and one of these subsections is the historical buildings and the physical assets that we have. So when we talk about cultural assets, it's not only talking about the buildings, which is over here as the material aspect, but also our libraries. You know, we have maps, we have books, we have music. We also have the immaterial assets, meaning our culture, our lessons, our way of life. and anything that's non-verbal that's been passed down generation to generation. This is a historical value that is acknowledged by our organizations. It's recognized by UNESCO, by IFAM. So these are acknowledged formally of what we believe to be an asset. And it can be found and cataloged in under one of these three categories. These things are things that Brazil seeks to promote, but we're going to speak more closely to what we have here in the area, in the Amazon. So for starters, IFAM, which is the organization that's behind managing these assets. So we have collected the data of all the assets that we have, and we can see here that only 4% of all these assets are actually found here in the northern part of Brazil, totaling a number of 45. And in our state of Amazonas, out of those 45, we only have 6. There can be some margin of error over the last few years, but not too much. So the first thing that I'd like to put out there as a challenge is that society in general and then our government, we need to be challenged to have more of our assets acknowledged and formally documented, because this is going to bring more things to light as far as revenue generators to foster development. We have lots of grants and lots of opportunities for development, but we need these resources to be cataloged and to be in place so that we can then leverage them in order to develop creative economy here in our state. Another form of cataloging that we can have here is what UNESCO has done, where they are considered world inheritance. We have, again, asset, and we have human immaterial assets. We also have cultural ones. We have 14. We have 15 of those. One of them is a mixed use, and if you look at the map here, none of them are in the Amazon region. We have a candidacy that's been pledged by a fund. We have 40 fortresses that are being turned into as candidates, but it's a joint effort, but nothing specifically here, which is very sad for an area that has such a wealth of history and richness here as we do. But now let's speak a little bit more of BNDES. So we've been supporting startup heritage sites for Brazil for 25 years now, and we have been concentrating our efforts in Brazil because we understand that it's not only a way to defend our citizenship but defend our culture, but it's also a way to continue to grow and develop economy. So for 25 non-stop consecutive years, which is no small feat in and of itself, BNDES has been fostering these efforts. We have lots of efforts that have been accumulated on these in tourist areas, heritage sites, historical centers, historic downtown areas, excuse me. We are trying to recover and recoup these heritage sites. We have a match fund that's been used to foster these activities. We have some more specific efforts where we had one specific effort that was used with 200,000 million reais, where sites were selected for a specific problem, and this project was seeking to find private partners sponsoring companies that would also invest on this cause. So five specific partners that participated with us in that specific bid. Another initiative that we had was match fund via crowdfund. In a very summarized way, BNDES was going to match 2 to 1 for small cultural projects. So every Brazilian real captured needed to come from a crowdfunding. So the civil society was the one to make the donation. The idea here was to create engagement with society and spark an interest in the matter. So we had 3 different campaigns that were sent out. And over here in the next couple of slides, I'm going to further comment on that. But BNDES has also been working with concessions with these historical sites. We have Projeto Revive, which literally translates the Project Revive. It is a pilot project. We have 5 different assets. And amongst all 5 of those, unfortunately, none of them belong to the area right here. So we have been discussing different models for financing and development in order for the promotion of historic downtown areas. This has been a very innovative approach because we try and have an urban development where projects are connected to these historic downtown areas, and only in that regard they were selected. At last, every type of project that we have that's benefiting the Brazilian cultural heritage has its model that BNDES has been advertising, and it has been something we use for other institutions. We want to provide resources for better management and sustainable management, including the endowments, which are newer instruments, very interesting resources, and those of which BNDES has been utilizing to further its agenda in order to promote more sustainability in the future. So an endowment can be any sort of public interest cause, and it's a theme with which we've been getting involved a lot. So over here we have a lot of examples of our match funding program. One of the 43 beneficiaries was the Amazon Opera House, where over here we have a virtual puzzle. We captured 25,000 reais, so BNDES, we matched that 2 to 1. We have another project here called Vidas Indígenas, where they had computer workshops with the Guarani people and Tupinambá people. So we had over here 31,000 reais, to which we matched as well. Another indigenous project was in Goiás, which it's not from the region, but I brought over here just to show how rich the wealth of the knowledge that they have, and what a strong immaterial heritage that is. Another example that I wanted to bring to attention, and this is also a much bigger project. It's the project that was approved last year with support of BNDES, where we were going to restore the São José de Macapá Fort. We'd like to elevate this to a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and we want to turn and renovate all this area that has been abandoned and denigrate it and use it in something that can generate tourism revenue, which is only something that can be attained when the system is set up in place and we can actually then start receiving people. So here we have the two, in summary, the two ways that we have a cultural fund where we show our goals and how we can incentivize culture, and also to remind everyone that we have lines of credit for municipalities, for states, but also lines of credits for private institutions. So this was my presentation. I'd like to bring to your attention how important these matters are in the Brazilian environment. But I know that we're talking about creative economy. So Julia's going to take over right now, and she's going to expose a little bit more on other segments of this sector. Thank you. Thank you, Luciane, for your well chosen words. Let's look here. Ms. Julia Zardo, Director of Environment of Fijan. She's the coordinator of mapping of the creative mapping industry. She holds a doctorate in public policy and a master's in communication by the Communication School of UFRJ. She's also journalism for PUC-Rio. She is a professor with innovation, creative economy in Rio as well. She worked in developing startups for 18 years. And now we're going to listen to what she has to say. Thank you, Akram. Yes, whenever we hear these accolades, it makes you feel older than what you actually are. But on a more serious note, thank you for the invitation to speak on behalf of CADA and BNDES. Luciana, we've worked together for so many years under the creative economy agenda, which is coming to a head right here when we're talking about sustainability and carbon. This is just another opportunity for this region. I believe that creative economy, as I'm about to show you, it is something that, like it was early, like it was mentioned here earlier, it was a soft power that Brazil has, especially for the folks here of this region, unlike anywhere else. I work all the way over there in Rio, and I believe it's a way to put some tangibility into what's otherwise intangible. So it's a great work here that BNDES is developing with these intangible assets. And I believe that no matter where we look at here in the country, we have much to grow. So I opted for the work with Fijan, with the Industries of Rio, and we have been working there since 2008. A map of the creative industry of Brazil. So we work with secondary data coming from the labor ministry, but I believe that it's very interesting given it's the longest historical series that Brazil has of creative industry. So we did a collage specifically for the state of Amazonas. When we talked about coming here, I thought it was going to be a very, very unique opportunity to utilize the data at hand, because we already know that the Amazon state here in the north is not the place with the most links to the area or the most number of jobs, but rather is the one with the most growth. So I'd like to have you excuse me, as I actually am going to stand, and as a professor I am, I'm going to take JP's lead, and I'll actually stand up here for my lecture. And then at the end, I'd like for you to take note of the QR code that's going to go. If you'd like to go ahead and download the data or just look more into the information, it'll be all available for you. The analysis that I'm about to present here is Rio São Paulo, another one based on southern Brazil, and then northeast Brazil. Now, I also would like to tell you that there's information here from 2017 throughout 2020. So we also ended up contemplating the first year of pandemic. Somebody else here mentioned something, the tiny wave of COVID, but then the wave of climate is going to be much greater. So I think that was very precise. During the pandemic, creative economy hurt a lot. So it was very bad for a lot of these tourism reliant areas and cultures that were destroyed, because a lot of these places were intrinsically presential areas. So on the flip side, as much as destruction took place, there was also a lot of growth and opportunity, because you had one, social isolation, remote work. We didn't have any sort of agenda like that on the regular business. So some of the agendas were important for the industry, but typically they just kind of get into the back burner for later. And we try to just avoid and not deal with, but our industries need to understand that they have to acknowledge and conform to this new reality now, because it's here to stay. You got to think outside of the box when it comes to content platform, and we needed to show the industry technology is changing, the industry is changing, the consumer habits are quickly changing. But now with the pandemic, that doesn't need to be said. We just need to work with the industries to help along the way of how to make this transformation come. The retraction of economy, as it is here in point number 4. This is a reality that everyone is experiencing, and unemployment on the rise. So now we live with different paradigms. We had a lot of analogic activities that now have all of a sudden integrated a lot of technology. Much of what was presential now became digital. What used to be a hard database, and we were talking about data-driven models. We have to change the mindset now. What was on TV and radio as a paradigm, things that we consumed passively, now we went to streaming, where I choose what I want to watch when I want to watch. So we went from physical sales to e-commerce. So I don't know how your communities here are going to be able to adapt to that, but we have some interesting data where it's over 765% increase of e-commerce in Brazil during the pandemic. So this has given a lot of momentum to this type of commerce, and if you weren't able to adapt to it, you were just going to be left behind. So there's an analogy here in Brazil, because you have the atravessador, which is the person that brings the merchandise across the river, and the most of the money stays with him and the boat, because he's offering the gap of that service. But now that has jumped into the digital world. So the methodology of a study is got 2 different optics. We worked with KNIs and SBOs. We looked at the number of companies, and also we looked at the optics of the market. When we look at the formal links, so these are extremely important pieces of data, because otherwise we can't catch informal work. But we also know that a lot of the work that's creatively done here in Brazil, when it has to do with media, when it has to do with culture, it's informal, and unfortunately we can't capture that data. So we were looking over here at 2008, our first publication. So I'm going to bring you here some data. And I'll give you here if you're more interested afterwards in going deeper into it. You can reach out to me, but these are the core activities of the creative industry. The ones that will create the idea and turn it into revenue. So these are the fashions. They're the ones that create the pieces that go onto the clothing. And then you have support industries that are like, for example, just the retail market. So the first data that we have here shows the GDP of creative economy within the context of a resilient GDP. And another used to much higher numbers, but this is still important to take into account so that we can look at over here. So it started over at 2.9%. And in this same scenario, where the industry as a whole, when the GDP went down, we can either go up or stay stagnant. So what we have here in comparison to 2017 was a momentum when the Brazilian GDP went down 0.8%. In relation to 2019, the very first year of the pandemic, things stayed leveled and stagnant, and the GDP in Brazil went down 3.6%. So we are talking about 217 billion reais per year in formal activities and roughly 935,000 employees with formal links to employers. And when it comes to income, I'm citing a lot of what was said before me, so you can see that I was really paying attention. Is that the average salary of the industry is higher than the economy, and of creative economy is 2.37% greater than the average. And now we're going to see why. There was growth, the industry was resilient, but also at the same time, we saw opera houses, we saw theaters, we saw places that were just completely shut down. And the people that worked with audiovisual or anything that was that required physical presence, they were just completely hard struck by that. And how did they survive? They became heterogeneous. When we talk about creative economy, we typically associate this type of activity with culture, and which is something that's very easy to associate with creative economy. But we also consider, within the scope of the definition for us, any and all technological and consumer-focused activities. So if you understand and you study this type of economy for longer, like UNESCO has, you understand that creative economy also has a lot of depth to it. And I'll give you 4 axes here. So we have technology, we have R&D, biotechnology and TIC. We have consumer, which is publicity and marketing, architecture, design, and fashion. We have culture, which is obviously, scenic arts, cultural expressions, assets, and then media. And look and see how interesting this is. This is from 2017, bear in mind. It shows the fluctuation. So over here is the total of the Brazilian market that we have. So over here we have a different core. So we can clearly see that 2 of these sectors went up and 2 of them fell down. especially again having in mind the pandemic. We can't see here yet the regrowth and rebound that we saw in that we're seeing now in 2020, 2022, as it is on this should be here in this graphic in 2019. So, so why is this behavior going on? We have various different readings, and the more obvious ones that technology keeps growing and it has a big impact for digitalization. We have to incorporate these professionals here in the statistics. Also for consuming, along the same line, we need to start working with the data. You need to understand the data. We have a more like robust profile on Instagram, for example, and when we're doing coverage and creating content to spread out what's happening here in a platform completely new that didn't exist long ago.
All this is new in order to disseminate what is asset, both material and immaterial. The trade within that common of consumption, fashion is the one that drops in that period. And then much with the competition from China, because China performs very well energy and so does in fashion. And that impacted our Brazilian industry. And then fashion has dropped culture and media. We have this objective consequence and also the consequence of changes in fostering that happened in the last few years. In the media specifically, we have this contraction for quite some time because the way for you to do the audiovisual, for you to do music, it has been cutting technology and it's been changing the way of distributing, for example. So that has been created. I don't know how many people here used to read the hard copy newspaper and now read the digital one or don't even do that. You see the news on the free online platforms that impacts the reality of the companies and the work links. So that's how it's organized today, our 100% of the creative economy. This is Brazil. We have 37% of technology jobs. It expanded almost 13% since 2017. 47% in consumption, also expanded 20% since 2017. That decreased, different from fashion, that decreased 9% in media with a negative variation of 10%, and 6% in culture, negative variation of 7%. Within the study, we have several numbers and tables. If you want to know about within publicity, what has grown more? Was it design, marketing? We have those data. I wanted to show some example. We have jobs in the various, for example, in culture. We realize many things have decreased, both variation 2020, 2017 to 20, and 19 to 20. And we see technology, it has grown a lot in the same time. The average of the salary is higher. As I said, 2.37% higher, but that's not homogeneous. Again, the technology has a salary 3.3 times higher than the average of economy. R&D, as of R&D, it's 4 times higher. Culture is almost the same average. Those who work with culture, you know, the profile of those who are here is very diverse. And we know those working with culture, many things are informal. And what is formal has a link of work with salaries that are not very above the average that we experience. So here, all the states in a comparison among the GDP, the creative GDP of all states and the national average. You can see the national average is 2.9. I showed you. We have Rio and São Paulo, which are the first, with a creative GDP in their states that is more representative. We like this chart because it's difficult to have Rio ahead of São Paulo in some economic chart. So we always show it, although it's not absolute values, it's relative. I don't know if it's like Manaus and Pará. I guess so. But we like to bring those data. Then Federal District, Santa Catarina, Amazonas is there. It's way below the average of Brazil, but above it's the 10th state importance. And then another data. Every column forms the 100% of your state. So some states have, for example, blue, which is culture, much higher than others. This is Bahia, 12% of its culture pizza. The state of Paraíba, the largest São João in the world, 13%. How does it happen here in Amazonas? We have 33%, 34 almost related to consumption, 46.8% related to technology, 11 media, and 8 culture. This is impacted by the data of Manaus Free Trade Zone. I'm sure both with hiding chicken R&D, and we can see the data are small, but the impact of bioeconomy in biotechnology it also comes up. So this is the Amazonas state specifically, the data we brought here for you. So it stands out in the average because it is the 10th in share, but the quantity, the potential to grow, it is the 10th, but it's way behind the states with more representativeness. It is the first state today with this percentage of North region with this creative GDP. But the number of creative establishments is not the largest in North region. The state of Pará has a larger number of enterprises on creative economy. But we had this huge growth in the last few years. I told you because of this positive variation. We wanted to look at what was happening here. So we had 17% increase in the number of creative companies between 2017 and 2020. This is a lot. 1.7 billion are produced by these companies here a year in Amazonas. But this is only to do with 0.79% of the whole creative production. And this percentage is smaller than the share of the Amazonian economy in the national GDP. So the Amazonian economy in the national GDP is 1.26 and the creative one is 0.79. So there is room for growth in the state. Another important thing is that in relation to the state's GDP, the creative industry is 1.83%. You've seen that data based on the other states. In this percentage decrease in 2017, for example, it was 1.95. That's another point of attention, the famous point of attention and the opportunity for growth of investments. So now focus on links because it was on the number of companies and now on links. The 14th state in Brazil that has more links and is the second in north. Pará is the first. I have the numbers there. São Paulo is the first. Rio, Minas, Rio Grande do Sul, Bahia, Federal District, and Pará. And here, in 2020, we had 9.4 thousand creative links in the state of Amazonas. That means almost 6% growth in relation to 2017, which is good. because that was a time of crisis, of recession, pandemic. I showed it was very important and impacting for the creative economy. But even though we had an increase of links in that period here in this area, and therefore comparison with São Paulo and Rio, that's why I like to show that percentage chart, because when you look at the absolute number, indeed São Paulo has many more links of creative economy. So this is it. We didn't have a decrease of the links, but the growth went down, but it has happened in the state. That's important to highlight. The performance of the creative work was better than the general labor market in the state. So we increased 1.52% in relation to 2017 to 1.59 in relation to 2020. That's very interesting to realize too, that area of 100% of each state, Amazonas is the state that more has representativeness of technology. Of course, there's direct link with the free trade zone. And as a return of that for the state, followed by Rio de Janeiro, Espírito Santo, and Minas. So when you get the data, you may do, as I'm doing here in São Paulo, you show it, and saying technology, we are the best. Of course, we have to understand, not from here, but how is this appropriation of what is produced in the free trade zone, both of product, services, and wealth, and knowledge. What is kept here, what become assets of the state and the country. But now it's a strategy that is working for the state, a number of links and companies. I have only 2 slides to finish. And then we wanted to open specifically for Excel, the forms of technology, consumption, media and culture, which is specific for the state in those information. As we saw in the rest of the country, so technology and consumption had a growth at the time, 4,400 links in technology. We had an increase of 24% of those links in the period. And here we brought how the creative occupations that grew the most. So we have engineers of information technology and communication, programmers, developers, researchers in general. So we had those that grew a lot in consumption, which is the second largest area representative in the state, 3,200 professionals employed. There was a growth of 10%, followed by publicity market of 45%. So that is, everybody is indeed using Instagram, using e-commerce, distributing their products. And highlights our analyst of research and market, business analyst. And then when it grew, so it had a 22% growth, even during the pandemic, which is different from the rest of the country. In the areas of culture and media, we had drops superior to the national average. For example, last 5% of links. And media, we had last 41% of the links. I don't know whether any major reference company or newspaper got something that impacts that generates those numbers. We can only see the cold numbers, but we have to look and bring this. What is it for, this study? It serves to guide public policy, understand what's happening, if it's growing, what we need, if it's growing all over the world in the whole country, and it's not here, what should I do to stimulate this growth? Fashion, what happened here that didn't happen in the rest of the country that could be a difference or an asset? for private strategy and for the study service for public policy, for the private business strategies, and to guide the training of people. Fijani here works a lot together with Senai, the ones who train the workers in industry. And this industry work is not just the one working in machining. He's electronic. He's not just a mechanic. He's the guy who works with a graph computer. Why? Because audiovisual, we've seen the number of links has decreased in the last few years in the whole Brazil. But technology has increased. And those who work with games, we couldn't talk about the gaps of the study. But for example, gaming is still not represented here. Electronic games. Why? Because we first expect to become in the occupation record, and someone has to be hired to be here. So those who work with games is a little in technology and a little in audiovisual. So there are only 2 slides. I lied. There are 4. It's the top 10 professional activities in Brazil. Because I'm talking about working, what's important, where are my schools, SESC, where should they look at? And these are the top 10 Brazil jobs. And the top 10 profile in the state is a little different. So you can see the areas that grow the most, in fact, are consumption, technology, the ones who hire the most, and the number of links. There are some areas over there. Visual merchandising, 231% increase. Business analysts, almost 90% in the pandemic time. I made an observation, the areas that grow the most in Brazil for culture and media, but which were not in field 10, are chef and TV and video editor. And then in Amazonas, we have some small difference, but we have lots of linked to technology, R&D, consumption, but we have biotechnology, the biophysicians who are not in the rest of the country, with a major variation. So the link to bioeconomy with the potential of cosmetic companies, Essences Chocolate, these people who do the research, they came here, they are being hired, and chef too are being hired. And here, what has grown the most? Jobs with more growth in the period, number of vacancies, and this is the largest absolute number of links in the whole period from 17 to 20. What changes here? We have fashion, precious and semi-precious handicraftsmen. So what's the difference here? What's the company? What's the sector that may be looked at here and encouraged? I guess this is it. Engineer and tech, 265% increase. This is what the QR code of the study. You may take a picture and download. I don't have it to give you because we are sustainable. So I'd like to thank you for the attention. I apologize for the soup of numbers, but I guess that was a way for you to from other sectors to get to know the creative economy and its potential for the state. Thank you. After this great explanation by Julian Lucene, I'd like to thank your attendance. Thank you very much. And I'll pass the floor to the ceremonialist. Thank you very much. And we'd like to call to the stage Mr. Messa Monteiro, Operations Director of CADA, who will participate in the dialogue projects of Amazonas State. Thank you. Good afternoon. After one day with information, we are here with the head spinning. Can you please show the video? Do you know CADA, the Amazon company for the development and mobilization of assets, is a public company of the state of Amazon, creating the management of government systems that works the mobilization of the state assets and the economic development among many fronts. It is in the preparation of a public-private partnership, such as areas of Amazon and Teixeira, environmental assets such as environmental credit commercialization, among others. Today, it has the honor of having the same international conference of sustainable finance and creative economy of the Amazon, and hopes this event may open the doors for the future. The audio is low, but that's an introduction for you to explain what is CADA. It is a space we have that many are in the development of Amazonas state. We have here the specific objective of CADA, which is to foster the economic development. For the 2022 starting the activity with great issues that are so promising. That have had a great work bringing a public company from North region, and we have this interface of the rest of Brazil, which is mainly having this interface with CVM and other ones that are very relevant as actors of capital market and financial market. And then we have projects and redistribute publicly any title of security. The structure assists the state with investments and infrastructure of public state services, just like any entity that needed the help of CADA. So we have here the slide. And we have some work because our work is lean and we have a huge concern about the corporate governance, internal control, external audits, the national certification team. We have our concern of certifying our families of operational management. We are certified for the work of a public-private partnership, for us to have the know-how on what we're doing and have a difference in the state. And then we should talk about our projects. I guess very shortly we are proud to say we are discussing relevant projects here. And we also are trying to find solutions for projects and the structures that already exist in the state and optimizing those projects, bringing relevant work and some difference for the project and for the structures that already exist in the state. One of them is the Amazon CADA was hired to do the economic activity, financial, juridical, institutional of the arena. And we, after the study, will find a solution for the Arena da Amazônia. Besides the sun power energy with the PGC, developing a project, actually the studies of economic feasibility for photovoltaic energy in the state. We're going to have an average of economy with all government institutions of the state. This is the first step. We are going towards the projects to be economically feasible and bring innovation to the state projects, and we are in the middle of the way about photovoltaic energy. Many also expect about the technological park of Amazonas. I guess there are many people asking, can we talk about the technological park? And we are proud of saying we are structuring the technological park of the Amazonas state, using the structure of Amazonas state university to implement the park. And we are bringing some difference for the state, which is making it sustainable. Besides sustainable to be financially sustained out of the sustainability we already bring. And it also has financial innovation. There will be companies to install labs, R&D certification, incubator, accelerator, consulting. And we cannot forget to talk about the support of SEBRAE to make it feasible for the park. And then we have the sustainable digital economy platform in the Amazon. We could spend the whole afternoon talking about it. Actually, it was designed and developed for over 2 years, and we always talk about the platform because we find in the platform our way out, and we do not even finish as the platform of an Amazonian product, a marketplace of Amazonian project. As time goes by, we find other products to be included in the platform. And what is it? It is the marketplace of Amazonian products, and it will in fact include digitally the local actors of the region. Amazonas has some difficulty to add and centralize the Amazonian products. Our peculiar region has climate change that makes it difficult for production, the difficulty of interaction with producers, and even with the capital where we find the centers for production. And we indeed found where it was created, it included the idea and the structuring of the project. And what will it bring to our state, and especially to rural producers? It goes beyond finding a service in the Amazonian region to add value to exposing just Amazonian products. It will actually provide financial services. It will enable train the riverine people. It will provide support. It will emphasize on the entrepreneur spirit to start the entrepreneurship in that small producer. And as time goes by, it's not enough for the producer to be alone. We must to add associations. So the associations are added to the project. We have the mechanism of concentration of those products and associations. And then there are the platforms in which the state could have and will make it feasible for the support to find the interface between producer and the platform. And this is another product. And then we have CVM, which is the Convention of Environmental Assets. What has to be structured? The sales of carbon credit for each production. That encompassing that platform. What are we talking about? When we talk about the opportunity of providing our products and explore with you the idea that we're trying to make feasible. When I talk about the project, structuring the feasibility of the project, this is the time to develop for us to have this relation with the entrepreneur, private companies, initiatives of investments for the project. And that's the moment for us to say which projects we are developing. Today we talked about credit, creative economy. We open here a huge window of initiatives that could be encompassing any project. And now we're here living this. We're living a scenario in the state of Amazonas, discussing innovation, discussing other mechanisms of economic matrix. And this is the opportunity for us to sell you our fish because there is no better scenario than this with important factors and actors of the market. And going through the platform, the synergy of information, I have also to mention the strategic partners that we have had. One of them has been Jets.
And we only have then added value to the projects that we have been developing with alongside BNDES have also been going over forest concessions and also our real estate assets. You can think, oh, well, there's real estate assets, so do you have a wide gamut of assets here? So let me move this on. So not only we have the real estate assets, we can also develop funds, public destined types of matters that the state thinks it's relevant. So you're not decapitalizing that real estate investment. To give you an idea of the magnitude of the products that we have, not only we have the funds for real estate, for these assets, we also have even the last Pitohama event. Bernardo was the enthusiast of Pitohama that was discussing these things. CADA was actually the only federative member present there discussing these types of relationships. And think about it this way, so many different private institutions already have this approach of developing financial sustainability related matters, and what these federal institutions have, they provide sustainability of all these products that they have, a wide gamut of availability. And that's the true purpose of CADA, to create a partnership that's relevant at a strategic level. Specifically, I think that we need to bring forward within our structure the way that we relate to these government bodies, and taking into account their behavior with the financial market. We need to draw closer to you with this, because you have this knowledge, you have this savviness of creating differential in projects. So we also have a very strategic partnership with CVM as our commission. We are working with them, and I cannot fail to mention Vasco. He was a great asset. He encouraged us with a lot of securities. And he said, don't worry, we're going to do it. We're going to put this event together. And here we are. In so little time working in the market, we are extremely happy and overjoyed that we've been able to get this together. So within our commission of securities, we have our innovation hub that's going to leverage and articulate our partnership with the technological park in the Amazon. We have a center of reference and continuing education in financial education, financial literacy. We have training and continuing education in the traditional manner for entrepreneurs. This, when we're talking about capital market and a dialogue of this caliber to a public institution, it's a great challenge for us, and it's also something that we are setting out to accomplish. I am sure of it. We have here the discussions that are linked to voluntary market of carbon. and other aspects, so we can continue to develop our asset on the environmental side. And over here now, I see his eyes sparking there. Our partnership with AB Crypto. We've established that recently at the Pinto Home Institute. And AB Crypto also has been behaving with this attitude of education, financial education, and professional development. And we're planning on next year putting into practice with a lot more effort and discussion for our folks over here at Universidade of Amazonas to talk about economy, blockchain, and digital vestiges. I tend to say that we are here now showing projects. And in fact, the government of the Amazon has been working through us here to become a pilot for these projects. We need to break boundaries. We need to very subtly develop our projects. And not only we need to embrace technology, we need to embrace the innovation. We need to take creative economy with a firm grasp and walk side by side with it. Because not only we have the best scenario when it comes to sustainability, and this variety of investment products we have to make available in front of our eyes. And here we are thinking how we can discuss these solutions to try and develop what has already been developed with a firm grip by these other countries. So why not take this into our country and further implement it here in the Amazon? And also, that's a point of no return, because then you get into a sustainability role. Not only have your clear audience, but you also remind yourself that maintaining the forest standing is our end goal. And we've been talking about these environmental credits, but like we had mentioned before, even when we're talking to the Secretary of Environment, we not only need to think of sequestering carbon, but that all these resources are our assets. And we need to think of the market as millions of assets available to us at our fingertips. I hope you have also learned as much as I did. And in fact, it is so much right here that we're fire hosing that you're learning through. But I just want to leave you here. Hopefully something sparked your imagination and it will incite change, because we have so much to develop and explore here. And like I had said, we're at a point of no return. And I think great things and only great things are expected for us in the future. And on behalf of CADA, I know we have a very tight, close team, and we are here to develop these projects not only for our state, but for our country, because we want to maintain the forest and keep it preserved, and also add value to our people, all in the while keeping our Amazonian products in focus. So thank you very much. Thank you. We're gonna have some Q&A questions right now. If anybody would like any questions. Oh, she wants to run away. Anybody have any questions? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Okay, thank you very much. Once again, a round of applause. We're gonna go into a break, 10 minutes, and then we'll resume shortly.
parou o cronômetro?
Thank you so much for your presence, and we're resuming activities. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Max Cohen. We're going to have our next panel now. Looking at a future with infrastructure that is greener in the Amazon, opportunities and challenges. On my left here, I got the Sustainability Director of Brazil, Fabiana Gomes, Ricardo Rodrigues, Superintendent of the Public Relations of BNDES, and joining us virtually, Rosario Stewart, member of Global Federation, and representing the Center of Brazil for International Relations. Good afternoon. We also have Márcio Holland, professor of the economy school, is unfortunately unable to attend and be with us today. Our panel wants to discuss the challenges of infrastructure building in the Amazon, its need, and as well as greener opportunities. We would like to leave here with more options than when we came on, and after having taken a look at these challenges, and when we talk about infrastructure in Brazil, I'm pretty sure that we're talking about a very complex theme, subject. And here I want to bring to the discussion this vision of infrastructure, more specifically within the context of Brazil, looking into the Amazon. So hopefully that we can try and draft a very successful project here with themes of opportunity for the Amazon region. So firstly, I'd like to open the floor for Ricardo. Ricardo, please, will bring us your point of view on behalf of BNDES, and what have you been doing in the recent past and what are you doing now moving forward, and how do you see the bank and its actions in the future as new opportunities come in developing a greener economy? Well, thank you, Max. I'd like to open up by saying thank you for having me for this debate. It is quite the honor to be here, especially in light of all the people that have preceded us. We can do a in retrospect, given now that we're very much towards the end of the year. Not only what we achieved this year, but the past 3-4 years, our bank has been financing lots of infrastructure. I would say that over the course of the last 3.5 years, our bank has reconfigured itself to bring investment from third parties, especially from private capital, whether it be more heavy capital or ESG capital. But we understand that we can do more with that. But this is an example of what we have done in structuring the process. It's how we have always worked with sponsorship, especially in restoring heritage sites. But here's the greater insight, is that instead of financing alone, I can also have multiple sources. So then I can hear from this multiplying factor. in this more strategic way. We can structure these other projects with a more heavy infrastructure. We have PPTs and concessions, and from that I have a diagnosis. Whenever you need more robust and more interesting projects for the private sector to invest in, the bank came in and inserted itself to fill this gap at a much smaller scale. So once this happened, we call it a project factory because we started systematizing and potentializing the bank's capability to structure these projects. So we're already over here approaching our 400th auction of Rio Grande do Sul and Corsan. It's something that we've been working on. At the course of this week, we're going to have a mobility auction. We also will have some highway auction. All of that through our bank. We're going to speak more closely to Fabiana here when it comes to hydroways. As long as we can balance the checkbook, we are going to be closely scrutinizing and evaluating it to make sure that we are closing this cycle, which is financing these assets. That can be through BNDES or not. It could be through a private bank, it can be through a lateral organization, but it can be through BNDES itself, like it was before. For example, we had a sanitation project that we worked in Rio that was very quick and heavy, with ESG impacts that were very relevant. And when we were able to ascertain over the course of the time, over 3.5 years, is that with this project we were looking at capitalizing with our lecture that following us online. And there's a large appeal overseas, especially because when it comes to sanitation projects, there are many a number of investors, for example, in France or Spain. Spain, fun fact, is the country with the most amount of investment here in Brazil. A lot of people are benefited from services here that they don't even realize that comes from Spain. Whether it be in infrastructure, whether it be in transportation, whether it be in telecommunications. France as well. A lot of funds that are very interested in infrastructure here, in sanitation too. So we have to elaborate these projects. But now to give you more of a local picture, we have a success story, which is the Amapá state, where we had investments in energy and sanitation, also in creative economy, and also we're going into a third stage, which are forestry concessions. We have plenty of forest cases, and we don't know why. We're going to work with these bids over here. And I can tell you, for example, places like Rondônia and Acre or Pará that we've been discussing, or even with the state of the Amazon itself. So if this agenda, ESG, that has environmental concerns, we can see that even with a very heavy structure, especially with BG, we can include responsible social responsibility in our projects. So this adds value to these projects in bringing international investors. Without stretching myself too long, in the legal Amazon, It's going to be different than Brazil. And I know that we have somebody else here coming to talk about logistics. But the logistics here is very different. The people is very different. The ground, the territory is very different. And it's very hard to apply something that you've done somewhere else in Brazil over here because of its particular layout. And on the other hand, we also know that the projects here are quite appealing because they bear the seal of the Amazon. They have in this discussion of ESG quite the appeal for themselves because of the trees, because of the locale of the area. But doing studies over here is very difficult. The possibility of cases when you start talking about, especially the Trans-Amazonica Road, it's a project about 100 years in the making until today. You still have a Herculean task that you're trying to overcome, especially based on the ESG principles. So this is a little bit of what we've been doing. There's definitely a potential to do and achieve more. And the states, especially in partnership with the private sector, can still do more. Thank you very much. Now let's open the floor to Mrs. Fabiana Gomes, Director of Sustainability of Hidrovias do Brasil. I'd like for you to expand some more on the work that Hidrovias has been doing. I know that your company works both in the Amazon and outside. So please tell us, what is it like to work in the Amazon? And what new or other opportunities do we have now or might be in the future on short and long term that could be exploited economically? Check, check. Well, first of all, I'd like to think in thinking back on the lecture from the president of CVM earlier today, that the social environmental matter came out of its niche and it's overflowing onto the bigger picture. I am a biologist, so I speak of somebody who's very much in her place and back home, coming back from this perspective. And I know Lucy and I have been beating this dead horse to no end. I'd like to go and talk about it again. Working logistics in the Amazon or doing logistics in the Amazonian area comes with a great deal of opportunities. And earlier this morning, somebody mentioned how you can't look. Oh, it was the Secretary of the Environment in the Amazon. How you can't look at this territory as a territory of simply difficulties and restrictions. And I agree with him. I worked for many years here, and I have, the boldness to say that I know a little bit about this place that I love and endear so much. But Hidrovias Brasil is a company of logistics via river. So we transport dry goods in a lot of numbers with a lot of efficiency between Taituba and Pará and Barcarena. We also transported the hydroways Paraná, Paraguay. So a lot of cellulose in each one of our barges. Each one of our barges takes about 2 tons, excuse me. And we have 35 barges, so we can do a quick calculation of how much of a lot of cargo that otherwise would take up a lot more to be transported by train. And the Amazon area here, because it has a lot of navigable rivers, has so much potential to decarbonize Amazonian logistics. The Brazilian Amazon allows for transportation of cargo in large scale in a very happy complementary combination of rail and roads. So we could potentially offer transport with much lower carbon footprint of products that will be soon taxed because of their high carbon footprint. And then Brazil can come in and exploit this great potential, tap into it. What a great potential we could be offering and selling it as an added value to decarbonize these goods. And we can work out the math for other case studies or other hydroways. But the water, the river transportation, is very easily 3 times less the impact on carbon. But when we look at the combination of rail and road, you also need to look at what's best to take your supply to your destination. And I believe that multi-modal is the best way to go. So you're not only reliable on one way, but you can flexibilize your carbon footprint. Because when we look at logistics management, when you look at what your company's role is in society, again, you're trying to add value to the society around us, to your investors and your stockholders. And I'm very glad and pleased to say this. It's very important to say that you can look at the territory where you're working in and to know its potentials and characteristics in terms of shared value. So we're talking about sustainable finances. I'm talking about as an open capital market company. Brazil, here in Brazil, we are a very young company. We're going to be in operation for 13 years, and only in the last 3 of these 13 we are an open capital company. I tease my team that whether they like it or not, I am part of their team, because 50% of my time as a director of sustainability, it has been dedicated to answer our international investors and their concerns as far as how social environmental conscious are we. And I always cite this as an example because we've had situations where we've gotten questioning from people overseas about indigenous peoples that were across us. So they're all the way over in the U.S. and asking us about indigenous people because they have property or the territory right across the river from us. So again, for somebody like me that have been beating on this dead horse for years, it is very, very joyous the fact that I'm finally getting people to understand why I've been clamoring that these social environmental aspects have been always so important then, but they're only recognized now. If nothing else, by just the risk mitigation, we need to manage a wide variety of risk management with a high demand for a lot of professionals. But I also talk straight with the Board of Administration. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, but CM is going to ask for not only auditing, but also for sustainability reports pretty soon. So look at the state of affairs when we talk about social environmental governance. So you have sustainability almost at the same level as compliance at a business. So you need to look at this as a fundamental opportunity, especially because of the context in the region we're in. It is, in fact, a great potential for multi-model business model and we need to look at it with great care.
I will pass the floor to our online panelist who is still online. Good afternoon, Rogério. Good afternoon, I can hear you. Ricardo from BNDES gave us an overview on the interest of the bank and the action of the bank with new projects around Brazil and and potential projects coming to the Amazon. Fabiana tells us actually the work of the company, an open capital company, with a direct involvement with infrastructure and environment. Opportunities there are today, at the moment, and others that may become doable in the near future. Good afternoon, all of you. I have 15 minutes, right? You have the time you need. First, I'd like to thank for the invitation. I'd like to be there with you. I am in love with the Amazon region. I've been there a few times, and I could not go there. I had to return to get here on time for the celebrations with my family, so it was impossible to be there with you. I heard to Ricardo and Fabiana. I'm sorry I didn't listen to the others in the morning because I got here early, and for me it would be impossible to attend to the whole event, but I did hear. I enjoyed what I heard from Fabiana and Ricardo, and I will take in the question you asked, try and talk on what Ricardo and Fabiana said. Fabiana, I also consider myself to be an environmental person. We came by several different ways to the same place, a little different just for you to understand. I graduated in macroeconomy and I got an expertise in international finance because I worked for many years in the United Nations, then World Bank, IBD. I represented Brazil in the Administration Council of World Bank and IDB after working as an economist. And I left the World Bank in 2015 when I decided to dedicate myself to the environmental issue. The decision is almost existential for me. I realized, strongly influenced at the time by the Minister Marina, that without environment we can talk about macroeconomy or finance or development. We need to develop, but we have an emergency, which is the emergency of preserve the ecosystem that provides sustainability to our kids and grandkids. That became an obsession as I have little knowledge. I dedicated myself to what I could contribute, which is financing. Then I started work with financing based on sustainable infrastructure, which I will soon define for you. And then I worked on Brookers on sustainability financing, sustainable infrastructure. I understood the complexity a little more. And then I went to World Resource Institutes, in which we saw the advantage and benefits for you to have environmental preservation. And then Fabiana, I started as a person of an environment, trying to better understand environmental issue, and I came to economy because what I started to understand is that this transition from major sustainability for a low carbon economy generated major opportunities for Brazil. Major opportunities for Brazil but excluded as it is interesting, the Amazonian region, with a huge environmental wealth, nevertheless a socioeconomic situation that is very bad even in relation to Brazil, one of the lowest human development index, in some states lower than the whole Brazil, something that at the same time is not fair and demonstrates the need for you to have opportunity. With that, I want to say why we talk about sustainable infrastructure, what it is, and I guess Fabiana stated very well talking about that. Sustainable infrastructure, infrastructure and logistics, in English, hardware, the main part that provides sustainability to the economic growth, for productivity, for competitiveness, and for human development. A girl who has to study that cannot go to the school in due time or study at night will hardly have the opportunity to educate and grow. A family with no access to good water or basic sanitation may have the health to keep itself. And an industry that has no good mobility or logistics to distribute its products cannot prosper. So the logistic infrastructure is the muscle of the economic social development. And Brazil is very late in infrastructure. For many years, Brazil has had very low investment, declining investment due to the drop of public investments, and because this drop was never compensated by the increase of private investment. For many reasons, many that are more evident, we have a cost of financing that is very high. Ricardo mentioned very well the role of BNDES has been fundamental in mitigating that problem. But also there is the problem of the economy of the projects. For example, Brazil in World Bank and IDB, people come to me, mayors, governors, even president. Well, we have here projects. And when I talked to George Minister, they said we have no projects. So what does it mean? It means there is a demand for projects, there is a need for projects, but the projects are not developed with the quality required to be implemented and to attract partners, both public and private. That's why Ricardo mentioned the role of BNDES in developing projects so they may be used, may be added and used to attract private and public partners, especially private ones. If infrastructure and logistics is fundamental at this economic and social moment, the capability for you to create good projects and as of then attract financing and quality investment, it's fundamental. We in Brazil, we must have the capability in an accelerated manner of generating quality projects. Add them and use it. I'm going to be talking about what Fabiana just mentioned as something that favors us. It's very common. And Flaviana said that for you to hear, oh, there are too many international investors and also national that are interested. Our moderator mentioned, if indeed there is, and there's a growing interest in financing sustainable infrastructure in Brazil. Why so? Because without Brazil being sustainable, the world is not sustainable. Without the Amazonian region keeping the forest standing, not just the climate of the whole Brazil changes, and you cannot produce. Everybody knows the Amazon forest produces the so-called flying rivers that irrigate the whole productivity in agri-industry. So without preservation, without sustainable development of the region, you will hardly ever have a sustainable development of Brazil and the world. So the world is interested at this moment, looks desperately at Brazil and says that's our last border once we destroyed so much, not just to keep our natural asset, but also to guarantee the future of the world economy and provide human development. This way, the eyes are for Brazil. Then you tell the investor, if you're coming, come with us. So it's important to have this work, Ricardo mentioned, for the development of projects. But it's more than that. It requires a certain view on where you're going. Projects do not exist without a view of the future. That's why we have the state. We have a government with a term. This government will give the view the population wants for its future. And as of then, you create the view where the private sector, the private financiers and investors want to work. If you don't have that, you will hardly ever, without projecting the future, you can't bring to future partners. So the major challenge we have today in Brazil, I see that it was abundant, is to retake the view over the future, use the sustainability as this bridge to the future, but also as an opportunity to attract financing, investment, expand with productivity, competitiveness with an objective that must be the common objective of the whole population, which is the well-being of this generation and the ones to come. So that, generally speaking, I have plenty of hope in our capability, not just to become a green nation and powerful nation with an example for sustainability, but use the sustainability to lever up our social and economic development. But the Amazon region is undoubtedly the most central one in this discussion and the most challenging one. Because one thing is to say, and then it's lovely the project you have. One thing is for you to say, I will produce grains, I will develop bioeconomy, completely different with sustainability. Okay, but how can you connect the markets? How do you connect the producers to the consuming markets, both national and international? It can't be with a highway the way you do in the south east, in which the logistics system is all set. Why can't you do that? Because the destruction you generate not just in the construction of this infrastructure, but also by the creation of the industry itself. Everyone knows, I've been to the region many times, if you build a road, an infrastructure that you call fishbone, you know, that thing that comes out like roots that destroy people, area, create undue settlements, constructing not just the regional people, but also the systems, the regional ecosystems. So develop infrastructure and logistics in the Amazon region, requires a sensitiveness to the environment issue that is extraordinary. And at the same time, it's fundamental to build it. Because there are almost 30 million of people who live there. they must have hope, and future they must have an economic development that may allow them have human development and give hope to their kids and grandkids. So it's fundamental to think where we want to go with the economy of the region. What sort of economy can you have in the region that at the same time may provide opportunity, but also preserve this huge asset the region has, which is the natural asset, and not just of the region, but that is offered to Brazil and the world. It's very important to understand it. The region is not just important to bring development to the region, but to know the development of the country and the world depends on the region. You're not talking about the environmental uh, positives, but there are trees who are beautiful and should be preserved. This is an asset that belongs to mankind, so there is an interest in this asset. That's because mankind needs the Amazon, just like it needs human development and economic too. Having said that, I'll close by saying, why is this presented as an opportunity? Well, if bringing development of a better quality, economic development of better quality is fundamental in the region, there is also an interest to make investments that may take advantage of this wealth, but in a sustainable manner. Everybody knows bioeconomy is not just a fiction generated by environmentalists. The potential of generating wealth to a bioeconomy region is huge. So there is a growing international interest, and unfortunately, as the climate emergency increases and you see the consequences of climate change, increasing floods, droughts, the extreme climate events, as this pressure increases, so increases the interest in this development of the region. We are at a moment that is difficult from the global and Brazil point of view, but a moment of opportunities for a region like the Amazonian region that maybe is unique in the last decades. Brazil too. It will in fact be important to know how the political leaderships and of civil society and the leaderships of the very region will take advantage of it. I have lots of hope about it, but I just would like to make clear, not just to say I have hope, but I have the hope that is evidenced by it as an economist, as a financier, but also as environmentalist. I guess we have lots of conditions to bring investment and finance. And then what Ricardo said and Fabiana said, they're essential as you create channels, projects that will indeed transform the region in a safe area for those investments and financing. I will stop by, but I'd like to listen to the discussion and open for you. Thank you for the invitation once more. I'm sorry for not being there. I'm sorry for not being able to interact with you, but also because I love the region. That's great, Rogério. Now I will pass it on to the final phase, considerations and statement for us to finish this infrastructure block. First, Ricardo, do you see a synchronism or a consonance in the words of Fabiana and Rogério in the cooperative thinking of the bank in relation to the view they brought about opportunities in infrastructure? And your final statement if you want to add any more highlights to the topic. There is lots of synchronism for the three at the table, especially by the opportunity window we have. The final talk is Rogério's. So we had in the 3 years the capital, and now we are at a difficult moment with the elevation of the international interest rate and the energy crisis of a war. There is some issue in the investments. On the other hand, there is a search for rentability above those rates. That's a challenging moment. Economically speaking, it's a challenging moment. Maybe the reference besides the spreading and operation, it's the profile of the operations that may have an appeal, as Fabiola said. When she says she is responding, that it's mandatory, it will invest in ESG projects. If there's no ESG projects, there is no way to invest in another company. So they have to try and find ESG projects. If they have it for them, they will invest on it. They will import capital. When Rogério reinforces that need of projects, I guess the Brazilian states and all of us, we have it open. This is the mandate. It's the very state of Amazonas concerned about that, bringing that and the nationality of investments. With the resources, you will invest in time and money to bring additional resources, bring private investors for projects in the state. With the help of the federal government, the ones that are in the Amazon, federal force that will bring resources to the state in that sense. And more, as Rogério said, the InfraRed projects, they have at least to demonstrate the ESG practices or go to its scope for additional ESGs. Because more and more, the level of demand will increase with the investors. I think we close this circle that we're talking about processing. At the end of the day, it's a structural economic change in the lives of the people that come through private investments, so the ones who are here. Even we have projects just of ESG, environmental issues, that will impact the original people, Rogério also mentioned. To finish, I just would like to show the commitment BNDES has with this agenda, always had with the ESG agenda. Other names such as social responsibility, and now we have ESG agenda or ESG in Brazil. But when there is commitment, we have to keep it regardless of any bias. We've always had this concern with a view of bank more concerned. Let's say the bank has a concern that seems to be a paradox but which are complementary. We are able to show it well, the private one and the social responsibility of the government. So in the very governments, because of this commitment, we reassure it and count on the BNDES. I guess here our role is to improve the lives of people. And we work on any area thinking of that. Thank you very much, Ricardo. Ladies and gentlemen, let's finish the panel. At this moment, the organization requests for the commitment the other lecturers have. I'd like to thank the lecturers on the topic of infrastructure, Ricardo Rodrigues, Superintendent of relationship area with BNDES, Calvin Fabiana Gomes, Director for Sustainability of Brazil, and also thank you, Rogério Studa, representative from the Brazilian Center of International Relations. Good afternoon. Back to the Master of Ceremonies. Thank you very much. Please take your places. Once more, we would like to remind you this event is being broadcasted live in two channels, one in Portuguese and the other one in English. The lectures will be recorded and we may access in the channel Futuro Verde Digital. Futuro Verde Digital. Next, we'll restart with the panel. Just a second.
Resume now. Just would like to remind you that the future is both green and digital. This is our first international conference on sustainable finance and creative economy in the Amazon. We are striving to find a green economy. We are now going to move on to our last panel. This panel is the way towards a capital market in the Amazon. Next steps for digital and green pathway. We'd like to invite to moderate this panel Mr. Flávio Cordeiro Filho, Secretary of State of the government. We also would like to invite Nathalie Vidual, Manager of Security of CVM. Please give him a hand. Also, we invite up to the stage Mr. Bernardo Sur, Director of AB Crypto. Mrs. Marta Lopez, representing Sebrae São Paulo, and Adel Palepi. Mr. Pablo Cesario, President of Abrasca. Mr. Eduardo Werneck, representing APMEC Brazil. Unfortunately, he is unable to attend. I'd like to greet Mrs. Natalia Vidual, Manager overseeing securitization of CVM. And whatever we can do, Dr. Nathalie, I'm sorry. Whatever we can securitize. And whatever assets we have here in our state. I wouldn't say that they're unending resources, but I would say they are priceless. Or the possibility of securing that. I was speaking here off stage with Mr. Akram, and we talked also with the Secretary of Revenue, and I mentioned to him in passing that we would come and have this conversation, that we were going to talk about this particular topic. And I can assure you all, ladies and gentlemen, that on behalf of the government of the state of Amazon, of Alex Del Jr. and President of CADA, Akram Jr., we're all enthusiasts here for the topic that's being discussed at hand. And whatever we can do, as far as the government of the state does, I know that not getting in the way is quite a lot. So if we, the government, can just stand out of the way, I know that we'll be doing a great job. But still, I'd like to go the extra mile and say that whatever else is possible in order to manage this and secure these assets in short term, hopefully it will be possible. I'd like to also greet Mr. Bernardo Sur, Director of AB Crypto, Mrs. Marta Lopez, representing Sebrae São Paulo, Mr. Pablo Cesario, President of Brasca, Mr. Eduardo Werneck, representing APMEC Brazil, Mr. Marcelo Billy, representing Ambima, and Mr. Dennis Cruz, Manager of the Laboratory of Research and Development and Entrepreneurship from Sebrae. Please take to the respective presidents and managers to your institutions my deepest gratitude on behalf, again, of our governor and of the government of the Amazon for being here and making ourselves available. And our thanks for being willing to come participate of such a debate here, seeking to enrich in such a new topic as far as the state's concerned, even though it's been previously talked about. But now it's, as we jokingly said earlier, it's just the latest and greatest Amazon fever. Thank you again for making yourselves available with your time and resources and being here to share this wealth of knowledge with the local population here so that we may advance in such a great agenda for our state here. This is going to be our last activity for this conference, and hopefully it would send you forward with concrete actions for the entities that are here involved, seeking a green digital future for the Amazon. And the idea here is that we want to create a rapid presentation of each entity and its participation on the topic at hand, and would also seek to indicate the path that they are trying to trail, including the government that has in the Amazon government a partner. And it's not just Flavio Antony saying this or Akram Jr., but also the governor himself, Wilson Lima. Like I mentioned earlier, we were meeting together. He had to remain since he was otherwise engaged, but he asked me personally to share these words with you. And the main goal here for this panel, most of all, is that we can bring forward actions and plan sustainable development for our state, giving priority our greatest asset, which is the Amazon itself. So I think I've spoken for long enough. I'd like to open the floor up for Miss Natalie to initiate the debate. Thank you. Well, before we begin, good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank you for the invitation. What a great opportunity it is to be able to participate of this first conference and talk about sustainable finance. I feel very grateful to participate. I lived in Manaus for 5 years when I was a kid. So the first phase of my childhood was here. And I have memories that I cheered very dearly. It's a place that holds a special place in my heart, so being able to come back here and share with you on the things regarding a capital market and how we can create a bridge between the sustainable economy and the capital market is a great honor. I know that it's already been mentioned, but I am the manager of security and agrobusiness. We have recently had a name change, and I think that this is important to note because one of our agendas is to create a closer tie to agrobusiness. So we have a lot of innovative projects, which is one of the priorities of CVM. We want a closer ties with agrobusiness and sustainable matters, which we're going to talk today by bringing a more practical approach as to how we can try and achieve that, which for financial sustainability in the context of the state here, how it's going to be fleshed out. I also need to present a disclaimer here that everything that's presented here is my responsibility and don't necessarily reflect the CVM's point of view. So our first slide here is quite important because we don't have a taxonomy that's unique in the global market to deal with the what kind of labels we can use for these instruments. We also don't have a taxonomy that's local or structured, but the goal here for this is so that I can give you some groundwork and you can differentiate the impact projects. And this is going to be very important, especially when it comes to the capital market. I'm wearing the hat of a regulator to avoid greenwashing. So we have these impact projects, which are projects that create a business model that are very innovative, and you can prove that's generating a positive impact. Not only a social positive impact, a green positive impact, and a sustainable positive impact. So in order to do that, I'm utilizing here as a source the Climate Initiative report, which is more commonly used as an investment that's impactful. They're both green. They're all green, sociable, and sustainable. These are the ones that are going to be used to finance projects with the goal of sustainable development according to the UN agenda. So we have here green assets. They are instruments that will be used to finance these projects, just like the social ones. So when these are only being used for goals or metrics or ESGs, or to facilitate transition, projects that will help to diminish pollutant gases. They're also called transition problems. So having this differentiation is going to be extremely essential, because they need to make a decision that's very well informed, very well thought out. This will make it easier to create the bridge between the market and financial sustainability. And this building process, these three pillars for the capital market will be what's comprised of the producer when he understands the value that he has and the system that he's working in, and also for the investor when he understands the process from beginning to end, and he understands the risk-return relation and ratio, and he's able to work on this knowledge, especially the local knowledge. And after that, you got to work on the monitoring, and you have to have certification. You need to establish metrics and parameters for the social impact that you're going to achieve. So it's not only at the very beginning, there needs to be a close follow-up and close monitoring that's based on result. So that way you can create profitability. Once this very well structured, investors can open up of a certain profitability because they understand there's value added by the project in other ways. But this needs to be clearly established, and again closely followed up and established on reports. So this is how CVM comes up into this matter. This is here we can see on this graph that sustainable finance is a global theme. It's roughly $400 billion, and over here the green objectives that you can see are clearly taking up a great deal of it, which is very easy to relate to the Amazon. The Amazon is the greatest biome in Brazil, the state of the Amazon. We have incredible amount of local plants, local flora. So it's very easy to see that you can develop innovative projects over here. We have an amazing potential for specific projects over here, especially for standing forests and carbon sequester. And why are we lacking? Because Brazil's participation at the end of the day is so minuscule, almost nothing. We need a closer approximation with the capital market. If we take a look at the UN agenda with the Sustainable Development Goal, in order to reach the 17 goals by the year 2030, there's going to be needed 2.3 trillions of dollars worth of investment a year. So only the public sector and philanthropy is not going to be able to attain it. So we need to attract private investment. So please don't be scared. But this is all already the financing possibilities that we have, that we can develop in the market environment in order to attract private capital via social and environmental impact mitigation. So we have funding and credit that's cheaper in the long term. And there's a lot of red taping that's skipped. Whereas in the regular banking financial business, there's a lot more hoops that one needs to go over. And this capital market can bring this in a more simplified way, in a way that's a lot more attractive. So these instruments, they are attached to, right here, they can be labeled as active and valuable assets. They are sustainable and can be offered to the public in general. So when you have private capital to finance these projects, I'd like to highlight CPR. This was established in 1998. It's a very old agent. So if you have an acai producer, they don't have to wait until the harvest time. They can get an advance because of the being registered and having a business to do with acai. So once he gets the harvest, he turns the produce in. So it's a type of credit. So now we have CPR Verde, which is a much newer established program. So if a company wants to invest in preservation, they can have a much quicker return and much more profitability out of standing forests. So they can get money back for this type of investment. And this is going to set the precedent here in the parameter for all the other ones. We have CRA or CRA or even crowdfunding, which is a very innovative type of approach to this, where we have small-sized businesses that can also be helped via this program for CRAs or crowdfunding. So I can take the CPR program and break it down into smaller chunks and have these chunks be crowdfunded, for example. So there's ways to flexibilize the funding for these programs. So we also have CRA, which is another way that we can flexibilize this program. We have also some other ways that we can do for impact of opportunities, environmental and focused on agribusiness, which is extremely versatile. It's multi-purpose. You can invest in property. You can invest in land. Something that you have again a nearly infinite array of opportunities with CPR, CPR Verde with CRA, or any other ways to do these projects. So moving on, what these products have in common that I always like to call attention is certification, transparency, and monitoring. So that we can use these labels, you have to always keep that in mind. So over here we have another summary. We have the desire to provide innovative products. So we have here with local knowledge, we have assistancy and orientation that we can give. You need to understand what's the local reality so you can provide a great quality product. Just so you can take that assurance back to investors, especially the ones that are very far away. So we have the fostering agents so they can identify and evaluate the effects of the environmental recourse so that they can translate that to your investors as well. So they can also create an evaluation of the cost-return ratio to these investors as well. When it comes to structuralization, what is the instrument that's more adequate to the product? What kind of timeline are you looking at? The kind of certifications do you need to get? At CRA Verde, we see Agrotechs. We call AgTechs. They're taking digitalization to these smaller businesses, small producers. And sometimes we can even do satellite monitoring. So this market capital brings with it an entire ecosystem that can foster impact projects. And starting from there, you can create, bullet reports where you can reduce subjectivity. Because again, your investor needs to know, and he needs to know clearly what is happening. I like to say that development policy without implementation, it's only rhetoric, it's only discourse. So CVM wants to be a fostering agent, and we are concerned with it. We are committed to it. We want to take this knowledge to the producer, local producer, to the investor. And we have quite a number of strategic partnerships with all sorts of institutions, working institutions, learning institutions. And the idea is that we are ourselves a fostering agent by creating this bridge with these other participants that will help us articulate this knowledge and fill this gap where we don't have it, that we can find someone who does. Here's a CRA Verde example that it's a very practical case that I want to quickly go over. In the capital investment, we were able to capture 32 million Brazilian reais with the Babaçu tree industry, Babaçu oil tree industry. We were able to create an extraction, sustainable extraction environment. They were removing the fruit, and they were processing it. But then there's a lot of deforestation, and only 6% of all the fruit collected was being turning profitable. So that was a lot of waste. So what we intervened and created with technological innovation. We had 100% being able to create powder, coal, oil, and everything without having to even deforest at all. So with this CRA Verde system, we were able to implement and completely turn this around over 1,500 families without any deforestation and 100% of product. So what's coming up down the pipeline here? The first big thing that we have coming up is that we are going to be acknowledged with carbon credit in the regulated market as a financial asset. It's going to be a financial asset that's passable to be, it can belong to an investment fund. And then just second bullet point here that has to do with the first slide that I showed. It's got the denomination with governance factors. In these situations, when the name of the fund carries a label, the regulation must bring the definition so it can be supervised by its regulator and also by its investors, so that there's a complete evaluation that's neutral and completely free of bias. That's why we have on our methodology who is the entity that's going to do these surveillance, because is it just going to be an impact or is it going to be an ESG method? So that way we can tell you specifically what frequency, but these are improvements that are coming, and we're going to continue to narrow down our ties to the capital market. And another point that I have here, it has to do with LAB, with a work group of green finances. And we are thinking here on a proposition to alter law number 14430, where we want to foster a low carbon economy, so that we can link into carbon credits, and then you would be able to buy these carbon credits and put that within your security, issue a certificate, and then offer it to the general public. So in this scenario, we would get away from the, is this a real estate asset or not? So once you have the certificate, yes, it would be. You could then offer it to the general public, and then we get out of the accounting nature once you have these certificates. So this is it for me. Again, I know that I've said quite a lot. And now I would like to open the floor to the next speaker. Can we go back? I know that we're going to have a Q&A time, but can we go back one more, please? I just wanted to let the record show this is going to be your homework. When I say that the government does very much to help if he just stands out of the way. But I was listening very closely, and this particular slide really caught my eye. Because over here, you hear me, Akron and Messer? I think that we have, and when it comes to fostering agent, CADA could be the catalyst as far as the state's concerned to involve as a fostering agent, specifically IDAM, which should be more on the technical assistance side as a specialized agent. We have 64 states and local unities of IDAM. As far as public policy, they don't have the expertise. That's where CADA would come in. If we develop a task force with CADA, IDAM, and SEDECT,
I guess right at the end, I guess in order to structure it here, and I'd like to thank you, Natalie, for this slide, because we still have the possibility for AFEAM to also get into it somehow. But in my opinion, as government, IDAM is the main catalyzer of this, because it is through IDAM that you, and when I mean you, I mean CADA, we government, we will be able to reach out to the small rural producer. and then with all the expertise of CVM. Now, Bernardo will make his explanation and bring new things to Amazonian people, to our population. Thank you for the presentation, although I was following the topic, and with the several advances of CVM on this and others, I didn't have this view, an incredible view, and we can see not just that is in the field of idea, and then all the actions. And when we make an event with all other lectures to take place, but even though it's possible for us to talk, and at the end of my conversation, a different manner, I bring a proposal, an idea to be discussed. We saw yesterday, at the beginning, with the talk about President Arcanjo, a digital green future. We saw the development of CADA, we saw the development of CVM, the strategic look of the president. We saw the exploitation of this topic, we talked about that. We have Pasquale, the position of Yosk about this. We saw the presentation of the representative of CVM, and we saw the same topic that we saw in a national view. We saw in a presentation with the technology, how that can be used together with the BNDES and CVM, with the state government. We saw the position and how all those discussions advanced to contribute. So we may bring here the president of the words of the European president. We place Brazil in this leadership, right in the topic on sustainable finance, green agenda, about sustainability. So I guess, as the before last panel, when we worked with Vasu, they always mentioned the need to have a commitment. So I'd like to propose to the group together as target of this discussion how we materialize today, and for the second conference we may bring an accountability of evolution. So what I'd like to propose to all of us and all our representatives and positioning is to make the commitment among us, and this commitment of the document, it may be a work group, something we may derive for practical actions. So we may bring here the evolution on how we develop it in terms of sustainable finance, as we said, a green digital agenda, in order to explore the great capability the state of Amazonas has, the Amazon has, and that may represent Brazil. I guess as my final statement. I will pass it on to reflect and understand whether it's the moment of a space in a joint manner. As we do in the Congress, those who approve, please remain as you are. We had a set of bills, 30 laws on the same day, voted as you are, so I guess it's approved. I guess it's excellent. The idea. I will sign the document if it's a formal document. If it's the creation of a group, I guess by heading it through the state, but count on the support of the office that is restricted to that. Now we go on with Professor Marta. Good afternoon, all of you. First, thank you for the organization. I'd like to thank for the invitation. This event that was rich. I guess they are essential actors here. When we talk about this topic, I learned a lot. I guess we will leave at least with an interesting commitment. First, I'd like to tell you about my work. I work in Sebrae First Stop. It is a Núcleo of Innovation of Sebrae São Paulo. We created this positioning around 2 years ago for innovation in the startup ecosystem in São Paulo. In it, we have today around 30 programs for the startups at different moments of development and also for different sectors. And we work focused on the customer. We want to develop programs that may make a difference in the lives of those companies, trying to find impact, stimulate inclusion and diversity in this ecosystem that many times is closed when we think about social inclusion, racial and gender inclusion too. And we have a hub of financial innovation, which is Delta Fiat Lab. I am a manager of Delta. And Delta came as an experience of convergence because in 2020, at that first moment of the pandemic, maybe one of the main pains we had in Brazil was the survival of the small business. And at that moment, the data from that time said that over 85% of the small business could not access credit. So we developed a credit program, so I structured a FIDIC. And then we distributed these resources to over 2,800 entrepreneurs and rural producers of the state of São Paulo. It was a successful program which worked in a very well way, 100% digital with quick approval. Many clients doubted whether it was a scam because it was so easy and fast. That because we made partnership with the two Syntax for the distribution of the funds. So this experience made us realize there was a huge potential of bringing those two actors together, traditional business and Syntax. So on one hand, we see them going more and more. We have an expressive number, but there are two main pains. One is the regulation issue. Many Syntax do not realize the limits of regulation. They face some difficulties to determine it and to move on in this environment. And the other one is to access the market. And a fintech that really wants to go in Brazil must unblock this public because there will be a growth limitation if they do not understand how to get there. So Sebrae, just like this sector with this role of in fact making links and bringing actors together and be a funding agency. What we did was develop this project in which we gather small business as a tax regulating agency because we have a partnership with CVM. We also bring investors, experts, startups from other sectors. We believe it's important for us to foster the fintech sector and provide the ideal conditions so they may create solutions for the key problems we see in the financial sector in Brazil. Just remember, we have many people who do not have a bank, who cannot access financial products. When they look specifically at the entrepreneurs, there is some difficulty of making financial management. They lack financial education. They use digital services accessing credit. We have to receive the credit scoring models, among other things. So the importance for us to talk about blockchain, managed technology, but which also require democratization that need to make a difference at the end. So there are a series of problems we see, and that the fintechs do have the potential, just like the startups, generally speaking, to bring solution. So provided they are in this rich environment, exchange with other actors. So as of this context, we started working on three pillars. First is access to innovation. We incentive fintechs. We have acceleration programs. We connect fintechs to CVM. Last month we had the first training meeting. There is a call for the regulator. We bring CVM actors to talk specifically about a topic. We have it brought funding last month. We have important ones for this pillar, just like Abequipe. We have a second pillar, which is the access to market. So we bring them closer to traditional business. We help them understand how they can understand financial digital solutions, how that may impact their lives, train in different topics. And the third one is access to investment. For this pillar, we bring together the investors, the startup. We also train them for them to understand what's the right moment and how. And now we are designing a program for the formation of investors, of concrete actions, because I guess Delta is an interesting model that I guess helps think solutions for us to take the next steps for a digital and green future. So we have a hub of physical space in São Paulo, in Paraíso neighborhood. We have a floor there that is a hub, and that Syntax have a free space there. They can also access the capability of those different programs, and then we will make the communities that in it has feasibility of business and joining different knowledge, exchanging of knowledge. So we realize the space itself is rich. We also have an acceleration program, which is WFintech, aimed at entrepreneur women. It's in the final phase. It's a community of 20 entrepreneurs who work in different sectors. So we have the entrepreneurs who develop investment platforms for fraud funding. We have financial education platforms, financial management, and the most varied activities. We will now close this program in February. We'll connect the entrepreneurs to investors. And next year we have an acceleration program aimed at crypto entrepreneurs and this training of investors that is ongoing. So I believe that looking at this data model and other models, international models, we have regulating agencies that do a similar work. The case of FCA in the UK, they start working by connecting different actors of the ecosystem. When I look at this sort of resilience, I believe it makes the whole difference. The design of this future may be collective. It may be for the connection of different actors. I guess there is no miracle, but there is work. And if we can bring together the best each of the actors may add for the resolution of the problems, I guess this is the way for us to be able to walk in a more consistent manner. Besides that, Delta, as it is a model, it allows us to determine, so we may have chapters, small versions of what we're doing in São Paulo for other states. So this is something we have been talking about in Sebrae Amazonas about the possibilities of bringing it here. And then I'd like to invite my friend Dennis from Sebrae Amazonas, who is a minute for Sinai Lab to talk about this context. Good afternoon, all of you. Thank you, Marta. Thank you for the invitation to be attending to this panel. Actually, as Marta mentions, this is a possibility for us to have a sort of link in a know-how for São Paulo Sebrae, and then add this whole knowledge to a base that we already have in Manaus, which is Sebrae Lab, the startup that we know, and we have the conditions. And then we have a format of hub and all institutions. And this is the state government to develop a. There is no institution that has a capillarity in Sebrae that is in touch with what we have. So this is the strategy for that. For the ones that we have, this is the absolute number of contact. This is the capillarity that we have of municipality having the possibility of fomenting not just entrepreneurship, but also new solutions and ideas. We have a group of immediate work and have worked together for new entrepreneurs, for finance and technology, may come as other companies. 50 years this year. I've been for 15 years Sebrae, and every day new ideas that bring to the possibility of bringing our social capital, our human capital, thinking of innovative ideas. So I can see the chapter of Delta Lab coming here, this integration of all entities and institutions. We have the possibility of making it happen and bring great premiums in startup. I guess this is our expectation, and you may have our support. Thank you very much. And I was talking to Deborah. CADA was the seed that was planted now that will bring fruits for the short term. And this exchange of experience is extremely important. And then I was asking Deborah, sorry, Marta. I was asking Marta whether this Delta model is implemented in another Sebrae of Brazil, other than one in São Paulo. She said that only São Paulo, they want to expand that for the national Sebrae, and Alamis is an extremely dynamic person, someone everybody likes, and I'm sure that depending on the president, very soon it's also going to be Amazonas, which is a successful model, and then I have to also bring some to us. I hope CADA may capitalize the assets of this project. So thank you very much. Why, Deborah? I said Deborah 3 times. But why? There must be some reason. Thank you, Marta.
a todos os
We should request all of who are here.
que informar que logo após esse painel haverá ainda um bate-papo sobre
There is a
biodiversidade.
big conversation in biodiversity and finance.
Eu pediria que, eu sei que está todo mundo cansado, está todo mundo
Oh, everybody's tired, I know.
cheio agora para pedir que os senhores permaneçam,
And
mas
that you should stay.
o bate-papo será bem agradável e eu pediria que fizéssemos todo o
It's
esforço
very
para que,
good, and
após
let's make an effort so that
o painel,
this last panel
pudéssemos ainda contemplar
we should include the conversation
Salarini e
the Jun Salarini
do
and Ana Lu Grise.
E aí, doutor Pablo,
And then Dr.
por favor,
Pablo,
com a palavra.
please, you have the floor. Thank you, Secretary. Thank you for the invitation to be here. I am the spokesperson of this invitation for the state government. Being very objective, the first thing we must do, first, we are an association that gathers the major companies in Brazil. We have 80% of the market share in the capital market negotiated the major companies. This is in our agenda. We are now discussing how we can record this in the global level. I guess it's underway. This week, for example, we had Suzano, Itaú, Vale, 4 million hectares in the next 20 years. This is very good. We have powerful agents, and I guess this is the solution. Let me provoke you, and I guess doing it here at this place. Here in Manaus, we can see a new rubber cycle. Is this a new rubber cycle? Is this a new mine? I don't think so. This is a philosophical answer. You can't know it now. I guess it's not, and we should not want it to be. Because deep inside, it means to reproduce development model and use resource. There is something in the literature called the issue of the resources. We live some years very well, and then we return into much more poverty because this is not sustainable. Any development based only on resources will be last very short and failure. Why am I saying it? Because I guess the issue of the market has two ways to see that. First is provide environmental services, because I guess that's where we have more maturity. But that would also serve for biodiversity, for water resources, and many others. So in carbon, we have a solution now, which is the emerging market. We have many consultations, major multinational companies. This is extraordinary. This is very complicated. This is the most important thing here. Having the capital market is most sophisticated. So the companies, so innovation is very important for the companies. The most important is the capital market. But this is very sophisticated. As we can see in this case here, structuring the market requires many things that seems to be working. It requires a huge structure. It is a structure to say that emits the certifiers, and in our carbon, this is an intangible product in the construction of rights that becomes the derivative of complexity. This is the major potential. and the state has a lot to do. And this is not an asset, this is a potential. This is a gigantic potential. There is a possibility. Is there a buyer? Is there a market? Yes. There is no market because it lacks infrastructure. So this is measurement of carbon capture. They are all proper for our reality here today. This is to bring a certifier in Brazil. This is not make feasible. So what I want to say is that we are not talking about a rubber cycle. So the perspective of companies that will be buyers, the ones that are the first perspective. The second one is it's important to keep the forest standing. Must be a priority. The second one, this is clear and important, but there is another one that we have in our capitalist system. Some people like it, some don't, but this is what works and what we have here. And for that to happen, this market should make feasible some business models. This Babasu business is extraordinary because it's an example of a complex instrument, and mainly because it was transformed into a core of the activity that was not possible, but it became possible because an instrument with fiscal incentive, and there is a market behind that. And we only have a huge business in two situations. First, when we get the global record. For that, we must have scarcity. It's not trivial because that will mean they need to say that. And then we'll to increase the scarcity of our products. The transportation will be more expensive. That affects the poor people. Is it still important? Yes, it is. But it's not that simple. Then we have two things. We will create a global market. This is the way. This is to get scale to transform the economic activity. The new business models, new technology, new products. Why am I saying all that? Because deep inside, I don't have a silver bullet. This is a work that requires lots of work to be done because creating this market is creating social organization that is very complex. And no doubt this is the best way to do it. The wrong way to do it. For example, tax on everybody. It would be great, it would be a great way to destroy those alternatives because it cannot do it for the ones who do better. So this is the central issue. Today we still do not have a service market. It exists in scale. There is no scale. It is experimental in many senses. Our marketing, is it good? No, it's great. Because that's how we're going to do it. That's how we're going to test the barriers. We will find out what to do. So what we have today is small, but it's good. So to finish, and I want to close here, we should not revert the rubber cycle to the new mines of Minas Gerais. What we must create is a very sophisticated mechanism for allocation, to stimulate people to do it right, by financing or lack of financing naturally. So I guess we must have topics that will go on doing an agenda, but I guess from the point of view of the companies, of making the market work, we have those two. The negotiations of global regime, we cannot expect that to happen because we must have solutions.
and on the other side, how we do to approach these companies and impact the lives of the consumers on their daily affairs. So we have two challenges to overcome right there. First of all, I think it's important for us to have an agenda specifically for the area here. One of the things that I know that we're going to find here is how we are going to, starting with the presupposition that we have a methodology of work, how are we going to regulate with the zoning and the lots? How do we know who owns the land and how it's not going to be deforested? So I do think that we need to develop an agenda specifically for the Amazon because there are special conditions here that need to be met. Secondly, I think that we need to build up a market strategy. And again, this is not trivial at all. It can just escalate into a major endeavor. But I think that the way that we're going to resolve that, Mr. Secretary, is to trial and error. Create small pilot projects and see how they go. See how the consumers behave, if they want these types of products, if they would be interested in it, if they would take it. That way you can derive a bigger company, and then these funds can use it to see in what platform that's going to go, where it's going to be the biggest tax generator. I'm about to finish here, but I know that I'm taking quite a lot. Haven't even taken a breather. But I don't think that we're in a new boom, like rubber boom. That does seem to be something that we need to take into account whenever we create responsibility for this place. An agenda that goes well beyond this area and this. And it's going to be hard. It's going to be difficult. But I think it's going to be incredibly rewarding. It's something that we're supposed to go after, not only to keep the forest standing. I think it's important, but it's not an oversimplification. That way we get out of the curse of the resources. That way you start looking at it, at the people who are there, how to improve their lives, how to give them, proper qualification, so that we can truly think of this place as an industrial, with industrial potential that it has. Directly responsible for the maintenance of this forest today as it is, not just them, but with the work that they're going to generate. They're either going to be at Honda working, for hours at end, or they're going to be out there chopping down woods. But standing forest is great, and we want to encourage that, because at the end of the day, we are providing a service, and that's going to be partially paid with fiscal incentives. And they are, yes, providing a service for humanity. And this fund, Mr. Secretary, it's people and institutions. I hope I wasn't too quick. Well, first of all, I'd like to just let the record show that was totally on me, the mistake when I called Martha by the name of Deborah. And it's bothering me. I really don't like when I miss people's names. So much so that I said it was going to be a discussion afterwards. It was going to be with Ana Lua. Rather, it's Ana Lucia. But that one's not on me. That one's on the way that the notes were given me. In order to be very objective, Pablo, we're not wanting a new rubber boom. We are after economic alternatives and to bring security for these assets. And I agree with you 100%. There's a possibility of an economic matrix to create such an economic matrix. We can't live off of a zona franca forever. Standing forest is important, but that's not all there is to this. So I'd like to highlight from what you said here two points here that, and I actually agree with most of all what you said. And the first thing he says, are we after a new rubber boom? And the answer is no. We're looking at alternatives for new economic matrix. And out of that, I'd like to highlight two things. First one is, do we have a way to advance forward? And we do, and we are going to make mistakes along the way. However, our legal framework is still very much in its infancy in the way that we're going to exploit these resources. So all of that we're looking at is what helps us in this debate and helps us with building these blocks. So again, zoning and regulation here is one of the greatest challenges that we have. It's not as big as Paradas Natex door, and I'm not trying to throw any shade at our Paraense friends. They have structural problems there just as much as we do have here. There is illegal mining. There's illegal logging. We also don't have it in the scale that they have. As a matter of fact, in the Amazon state here, 96% of our forest is still maintained. But if we can advance with our efforts here, with regulation, I think that 80% of our problems, of our roadblocks would be resolved. Now, I'm trying to, every time that I have a chance to speak, and I don't actually like to speak much. I'm only here because Akon invited me, but we're college friends. I usually only am in these events whenever the governor isn't here or whenever he can't speak. But I try to be a man of few words. But when you talked about people, so your rhetoric fits like a glove in the rhetoric of Mr. Wilson Lima's rhetoric for his government. Because when I told the governor, if we create security for carbon credits, and this becomes an international assurance, that just made him incredibly excited. We can't talk about carbon credit, we can't talk about a prospect market and business if we don't look first within, if we don't take care of our people first of all. If we don't understand that if I don't bring good drinking water to these people, if I don't bring the river people their basic needs met, it's not going to be worthwhile. Because we can't forget that investing in the Amazon is not going to be cheap. And all of you who are here are very well aware of that. It's very easy to go to copy and ask these people, say, hey, you got to leave the forest standing. But then what are we who are in here doing first and foremost? What is the president of a European country that's campaigning against deforestation is doing so that the river people, the family father, doesn't just deforest when he has a need to meet for his daily affairs? So for our people, we're just going to be going around in circles here. We're not going to be able to proceed. So I thought it was very well timed whenever you're talking about the development that we have to have here and how we have to take care of people. And that's really the spirit. That's the spirit of the Wilson Lima government, to care for our people. If for nothing else, for the fact he is from upstate. He's not from upstate Amazonas. He's from upstate Pará, but he lived in a mining operation. He worked there. He knows how difficult it is in a way that very few people know how truly harsh and difficult it is. I remember when he was still running in 2018, he went to a masonry event and they're talking and they said this any of you here go to the single payer system and go to the public hospitals? Did any of you go to public school here? Because I did and my kids do too. So he has gone to, because everybody there at the event was silent because so nowadays he is, and allow me to be informal like this, he's street smart because he can look at the countryman, because if he doesn't take care of him, of these people, if he doesn't take care of the people, it makes no difference that the forest is standing. So if he doesn't take good drinking water, sanitation, doesn't take infrastructure, if he's not able to give good conditions and solutions to these people that live out there in the far reaches because they don't have electricity, we are not going to be able to advance. So I really liked what you said. If for nothing else, for the mere fact that you're corroborating the way that we think as far as like state government. So congratulations. So now continuing, Dr. Marcelo Billy, Superintendent of Sustainability of Ambima. Well, Mr. Secretary, my name is actually João. I'm sorry. Oh, now you're pulling my leg. Yes, I was just, I'm sorry. I was just joking, yeah. You got it right. First of all, thank you very much for everyone inviting me here. It's a great pleasure to be attending this event. I took over the sustainability area not too long ago, so I'd like to give everybody a different legal disclaimer. So again, I haven't been doing this for long, so please just be gentle and go easy on me. It has been incredibly great to hear everything that I've been hearing and learning everything I've been learning, being in your midst. So thank you, and thank you to all of you who have been waiting for all of us to finish here. So what is Ambima? Ambima is an association that represents banks, trust funds, and real estate agencies and market capitals, which is basically a money lending machine. So if you have money left over and for your retirement, or if you have money burning a hole in your pocket, or if companies and business have a surplus and you want to reallocate that, like Natalie said, you can. We're middlemen to take your money and then repurpose it, taking it from the investors. And then the market capital works for that purpose. So it's a pleasure for me to work with this market. And Brazil is a very special case. It's not like the way it is here in much of the world. We have here an internal tool that we can use to talk a little bit more about how we can analyze all these projects, especially for sustainable development in the Amazon and in Brazil. And why not? It's a dream of us to expand to Latin America as a whole. But what I'm going to try and do, I was going to repeat so much that what has already been told here, but I'm just going to try and summarize 25 years of the market that we've been in, just so I can provide something different, and then go from the challenges that we have ahead of us. So for the market capital, I need a company to get money from me. So they have to issue a stock or a title, and everything along the lines of what Natalie has shared. And in order for us to do that, we have to have security. This title needs to have very established characteristics so we can have the security to buy that title. It needs to be standardized so I can compare my title to my neighbors to see if it's doing better or worse, what kind of indicators it's got, what kind of benchmarks we are talking about. We need to have a price, which is not trivial, because when everyone is buying and selling something, you have it. When there's an organized market, but in some instances you don't have. So that defines, either makes or break the depth of the business, and either brings investors to the market or drives them away. So right now we have a more liquid market, but Brazil is getting there, and we've solved some of these problems. So I'm gonna give you a perspective from Ambima's side of the story. So 25 years ago, we didn't have a very established rule for public offerings in Brazil. So we did that through self-regulation. Market itself said, okay, let's standardize here how we're going to make an offer and how a company captures something in Brazil, so that way we can draw these investors so we can continue to push our market capital. We already have that for titles, so we're at our beginning. It's not quite well defined. We've been talking about taxonomy. Taxonomy, you know, man, what a crazy word. Just trying to seek to agree on naming. Let us remember that we have a three-pronged outlet that's still a standard in Brazil that's not been standardized in Brazil as a whole. So again, we're very much trying to find for unifying things. So right now we are, and CVM has put a new set of rules so we can create more dynamic in this market. Another problem that we have in this market is that one day somebody came up and said, look, these people that are selling these products, they're selling it wrongly. We need to educate the professionals here. We need to educate these professionals that are in charge of selling. And how do you do that? We have a certification program. We certify these professionals with Ambima, so that all of our analysts were going to be trained. We spent the last 20 years educating these professionals in the financial markets so that they could be prepared to sell these products that we're well familiar with over the course of the last 20 years. So somebody came up to me and said, okay, there's a gap right here, you got to fill it. These investors and these people don't understand what you're saying. Now they're buying the wrong products. We need to educate the buyers now, the people. Because now financial education is something that we've been, for the last of also the 20 years, we've been trying to mitigate and fill in the gap, so the work just never ends. But it needs to be done, so we're going to go ahead and do it. So that's another challenge, where we're going to try and educate these professionals, give them, the knowledge at hand. It's a knowledge that's very subjective. It's still being developed. And Pablo put everything very much up here, concept-wise. There's a lot of things that we don't know yet. So that's another challenge of education, of how do you, after creating finally a consensus of preparing the investors, preparing the professionals, and everyone that's going to be involved. So I'm not saying that everything is all set and things are pretty. It's not. But what I'm trying to say is, like, look how far we've come. So from here, we're going to go forward. From zero, we're going to take a couple little steps. So that's just another very important point. So what's the path that we've always taken at Ambima when dealing with the private sector? To give you a point to all this story, we've always started with this voluntary educational process. And how does that work? Let's look at what's going on, how the businesses are behaving, and how the market is reacting, and how we get to where we want to go. So this is how we approach sustainability. And I know the market capital loves the hard nomenclature, but we have basically two big group of people. One is the sell side, the people that sell. So these are the companies, the institutions that are putting offers on the market. And then you have the buying side. These are the big funds They today have 7.4 trillions of reais, that Brazilian reais, that are managing in assets here in the country. So we started this work in Ambima on the buying side of saying, okay, let's understand what are the policy for buying that we have in place. Is it a sustainable fund? Is it not? And all of that in a voluntary way over the course of the last 5 years. And things that were flashed out over a long period of conversation so that we could release a classification of sustainable funds that could be indexed. And our estimates today for these funds that we've identified over the course of research is that they are roughly about 0.00 something 17 trillions. So it's very little. We could discuss all night long here. Is it the chicken? Is it the egg? Is it the investors? Is it the offers? But we'd be going in cycles. So what is a sustainable fund? What is a green fund? How do I identify and how do I give security to these investors when they're buying, and that we're not doing greenwashing or that we're not doing greenwishing? Nobody's gonna beat João Pedro inventing terminology, but greenwashing very well defines all of this. So we have this challenge. We are moving on identification. And I think that greenwashing is a very, very clever name to say, you know, like it's just wrong information. You're just being scammed. So on the sell side, we have this conversation from 5 years ago from the buy side. Let's try and create a guide so we can try and make people understand what is a green title, what kind of piece of paper it is, and without us having any rules or any guidelines. But even though right now I think that CVM is going to help us very quickly. So how do we make an offer on a title that has green characteristics, and how do we combine that? So let us all try and standardize everything so that we can then do a analysis of I know that I was very quick with the evolution, and I know it's going to be hard. But we're going to have a whole discussion. And it was I know we had a lot of talk, but on day to day, things might flesh themselves out. And I know that there'll be tears, there'll be sweat, and there'll be a lot of effort at the end of the day. But 2 points that I'd like to leave here, and again, disclaimer: not everything that I say here is Ambima's perspective. It might be more of my personal opinion. We created this superintendents for sustainability and education because we were looking at these 3 matters in a very connected way to see how we can link them in as a way to solve problems. And much like Pablo mentioned, I don't think we're just going to fix everything all at once. We're going to have innovative models, a lot of innovative models, and to think differently, and a lot of education. Just like I told you, we needed that in the past. It has helped our work, and we're going to have to continue developing in the future. And again, these are 3 things that are going to be sold very well together because we have strong convictions with these 3 different agendas. They need to walk hand in hand. And one last reflection, this is a very personal one for me, that we talked about on something that the Secretary mentioned, the Ministry for Environment, Eduardo Aveiro. Teba called us out, and Congressman Sinésio also touched on this. The first sustainability lecture that I heard was Marina Silva's. She called out a song from an author from Januário. He left his house, came back, kind of stuck up because he was famous, and he's coming. And then people around his town said, you gotta respect Januário. You've been far away. You come home now, and then things in your hometown have developed. So we need to understand, bringing the song analogy to, it's not just to understand things not just in a technical way, but also got to understand what has happened here, what can work here in this reality. And when we talk about people, that's what we mean. We need to be willing to understand and hear the politicians to talk about with them, because without them, things are not going to happen. Without the partnership of the local communities, things are not going to happen if they're not involved. So we have in the financial market a tendency to look everything as a technical matter, how to draft a contract, and how to only look at the numbers. But especially in this manner right here, we got to respect Januário, as the song said. We got to respect the nature of what this is, respect the locals to make it work. I know this was very quickly, but again, these are the reflections that I wanted to bring, and I hope everybody will stay afterwards because we skipped over Ana, and I think we should give her our attention. Thank you, João. I agree. If you live here and you know how life is in this neck of the woods, a lot of the times the river people need to have a voice. They need to be heard. And we need to get a consensus. But if we don't have sensibility to understand that they have ultimately the authority over their knowledge of life, we will be failing. Okay, so now it's my turn. Let's go. I would like to... you heard buy side here. The sales side, it's going to be me here. We were the first certifier of professionals of investment in 2001 in Brazil. And then in 2010, it was we were authorized to enact activities. And since then, I haven't been. We have been prioritizing activities in parallel, all the while working with sustainability as well. And I'll explain why in a certain way. To talk about sustainability at PMEC is to speak about 3 or 4 people, out of which I'm one of them. I know that Roberto Gonzalez and Haroldo Oliveira are with me on this, and Vladimir Hiori. Otherwise, we are in an activity now that we're involved. Once we have reorganized ourselves, we became a PMEC Brazil. And the interesting part is that, why is it PMEC Brazil? Because we do certification and we self-regulation, some activity. Why is it that we have this this concern? Because 3-4 years ago, I came from Belém
for a conference, and when I reached the conference in Belém, there were 3 or 4 requests from investment professionals from Manaus to know if they could talk to me. So I'm in Belém. The only way was to take a plane to Manaus and meet 4 individuals separately, talk to them, the elevated interest they had with capital market. They wanted to participate actively, and this way it shows how we show very little of the Amazon. I have written some articles in RI magazine trying to bring the topic Amazon for southwest and south of Brazil. It is the reality. We know very little. Talking about standing forest. We will have the conversation with Pablo, Marcelo, and you. the Amazon, we need to have a standing forest. But how will it be kept standing? This is not new. Our great scientist Carlos Nobre, the one who brought the bioeconomy to the Amazon. The solution of the Amazon is creating a bioeconomy. In bioeconomy, we have one more element that we mentioned. Environmental, confusing it with the standing forest. We talk about social, people, but we do not talk about biodiversity. Biodiversity is a great reason for the forest to be kept standing because it requires a great source of extraction of renewable resources in which the world, I remember a fact that happened in Japan, I guess, in the 80s or 90s, when it wanted to make the patent of the names açaí and cupuaçu. That was a serious problem. It was disqualified, one in Germany and another one in Japan. That happened at the time of rubber. So the concern we have, or the little concern we have with biodiversity, is an important element as the environment called forest, standing forest, when we confront with the environment. Society, as the deputy said, we have to take this issue of interconnectivity for the consideration and to remember the Amazon River is a great provider of inputs for the ocean of Amazonas. So this issue on how to see the Amazon is a great challenge for us. How it works, how we can understand this based on the capital market. That's why when I talk about taxonomy, when I hear about taxonomy, talking about taxonomy without understanding the characteristics of rainforest is to be barking up the wrong tree. So and this is the view of the set of the Amazon, learning more about it works, on what it is, about the importance of maintaining this standing, on how to give this economicity to this set, and not to understand this is a burden. It's not a burden. This is a new El Dorado. This is the new rubber boom. This is the new gold cycle. This is the new cycle of what we imagine. But this is the major cycle of all. It is the cycle to understand 60% of the Brazilian territory is incredible. Brazil has 8.5 square kilometers, out of which 60% are the Amazon. Understanding this dimension is gigantic. and we keep talking about center south, southeast, and south. Mainly now we have center west. And this is the new border of the Amazon. And for this, we would have to be humble enough and learn a lot for the Amazon. Understand this new way of sustainability through the Amazon. The financial education of the sustainability. The digital way to understand through satellites the Amazon is behaving. It's impossible in an area of 5.5 million square kilometers. We have a view for the ground. We must have a view from above, and we must have a project. For this, the capital market is fundamental, from the impact investments up to the major companies. We have this investment of pacts, startup. So I finish here my talk. Expanding this issue of the discussion on the Amazon, considering the biodiversity with a new economic partner. Thank you. So let's close. Let's pass it on to the Master of Ceremonies so she may continue the work. Thank you all who attended to this panel, who have made the discussion good and have contributed with one more seed that was planted here today. And closing my talk, the ones that were here are welcome again. The ones who are here for the first time, be welcome, and that you may return more times to contribute and make the discussion better and the growth of the sector that we are trying to transform into an economic matrix in our state. On behalf of the Supreme Government, on behalf of Amazon State Government, I'd like to thank you for the attendance. Thank you. Frank, take a place for us to continue with the event. I'd like to remind you this event is being broadcasted live by YouTube into channels. English and Portuguese. The lectures will be recorded and you may access everything in the channel digital, Futuro Verde Digital. I'd like to remind you the future is green and digital. This is the first international conference on sustainable finance and the creative economy in the Amazon. It is 100% compensated in carbon credit through Ambify without generating any owners to the city of Amazonas. Next, we're going to have our conversation to finish the event. Remain at their places. In 5 minutes, we will start. the Environment Department, Management of the Amazon Fund of BNDES, Administration Analyst Grise, Vice Coordinator of the Commission for Sustainability of IBGC, member of the ESG Committee of CFA Society Brazil, coordinator of the CG Commission of the Institute of Business Law, independent counselor of roads, infrastructure, and logistics. First of all, good evening. I'd like to thank you for the invitation. This is the last one for you to be okay. It's only 20 minutes. It's going to be very quick. She introduced us. I guess it was a major curriculum. It was summarized. She brought the whole page of her resume, but it wouldn't be necessary, so I will spare your time. During the event, we talked a lot about biodiversity and finance. This is a final summary. So it's going to be a general panel. I'm going to ask Anna, she will answer, and we will interact. I'd just like to remind, it was said more than once about the wave of COVID. We have a wave of climate, and we have a major tsunami behind it, which biodiversity. Just an observation, this major image, I guess climate and biodiversity are intrinsically connected. It's difficult to separate. Those waves are together. They will come together at some time. We can't talk about biodiversity without talking about climate, and vice versa. So has biodiversity got importance? This is the first forum. Biodiversity has got lots of importance. We had in Canada COP15 on biodiversity. We have had series of events and initiatives. We have a specific task force. In COP for climate, we have BioFin. And there is a consensus in all those initiatives and forums that there is a great gap of resources as there is for the climate. There is a major one for biodiversity as it is major. So our conversation here is how we advance to decrease this gap, and how we make this. We talk about side by side, how we make the different actors talk and connect, so those resources may have the intention to bring that connection or with lower impact in biodiversity, or which may foster the conservation of this biodiversity. So the first question I'd like to ask Anna is, what's the major challenge to adapt to talk about biodiversity and finance? Thank you, Julie. Good evening. It's a pleasure to be here. I'd like to thank Vasco. He was the great organizer of this event. He's in my heart and many other people here. It is a pleasure for us to talk about a topic with which I've been dealing for 22 years, and which was not cool or sexy. It was very difficult to bring sustainability to the financial system. When I started talking about it, here are my older sons in 2001, the first one in 2003. The first one I saw is, what does she think bank has to do with the environment? If we look at today's event, financial system generally speaking, the umbrella has everything to do with the environment. And the Amazon is talking about this today. What's the first point for you? We should restart, and he interpreted how we treat sustainability. Over the event, we said it is in fact a relevant topic for the financial system, and as it is relevant, what we need to learn to do is to talk the language of the capital market. What I said is, sustainability. Fabiana Gomes was here today. She was on the corner because the language was different. What the capital market understands, and then the financial system generally speaking, is this. It's not a picture of the sustainability reports that I say that smiling child with a seedling of trees. Those are the data we have to translate into biodiversity. I can investment associate the investment market investors, and generally speaking, to commodities. But I hardly ever am able to make this association and materialize the sustainability topics for the capital market. Talk about financing, for example, for water resources, for all our forest areas, for blue economy, oceans, which is even more difficult, and not to mention when we refer to biodiversity. And I'm talking about the variability of living organisms that we have in the animal and vegetal kingdom and fungi, bring all the natural resource that has a better name of natural resource. What is the major message about this? I cannot talk about sustainability in the financial market if I do not include biodiversity to climate to have much less maturity. That was said in the first panel to talk about biodiversity, and that's very simple. When we start with this sustainability in the financial market, it comes from Europe. That is in our discussions. And there, I don't have biodiversity to discuss. So the focus is carbon. This is the general topic, and this is it. If we should start by climate, let's start by climate because it's very relevant too. But together with it, we should bring biodiversity. In fact, because we have an absolutely interdependent system and we understand what are the risks and opportunities to develop this bioeconomy market in Brazil, because we still have a privileged position. Those topics, the sustainability, the financial bias on biodiversity, just like the other climate issues, generates value. Impact is a process for everybody. I'd like to thank Vasco, even because it's one of the most beautiful names of Brazil, the best soccer team we have. I'd like to thank you. And we are the last, and there is no chair, and I'm not a professor. We're going to be pretty quick, it's 20 minutes, almost half of this. The second question for Anna is how to redirect the capital flow to reduce the impact and the scale of the opportunities related to biodiversity. We have already discussed since last night that we are at a moment of transformation. If we insist in the same model of linear economy, I extract and industrialize, and we continue using the traditional model that doesn't value what we have of different in our country. We are in this position of a country in development. To leave this position and understand there is a transformation of economic model happening. We heard Florence talking about BioBetter, that we have Europe with this, having sustainability as an economic development guideline, and then we start making discussions. We have a comparative advantage here because we still have natural capital translating into biodiversity, water, air, and soil in quantity and quality available. And this is the transformation. So we have sustainable finance in the Amazon, headed by CVM and also by BNDES for me, which is my great consumption dream. Then from comparison it becomes competitive. For that, we need CVM. Carbon credit is a financial asset. As we have discussed this whole year, as I make the natural capital with a negotiable title, then I can create the market. For that, we have many steps to take. that are not new, but are the steps that we will take because, after all, sustainability, CVM, capital market, it doesn't exist. Sustainability, nobody embraces it right now. We can see it's different, but it's different, and it sometimes comes not by the intelligence and law, but by pain. If it's by pain, those are the inducers. We have environmental issues here in Brazil, and then we have the whole environmental record, forest code that are basic and that we cannot implement because we have a problem of conformity or lack of effectiveness. So my two great inducers here to talk about how to use natural capital, how to manage effluents and wastes are not very strong. But then we have the great role of investors. And then, as admin of those who have one, as Fabiana Gomes said, and then there is another area of the enterprise. So the role of regulators, especially CVM, is essential for us to discuss new generations with a concern in biodiversity specifically that is huge. Maybe this is a reality, but it is happening. Soon we're going to have educated consumers to demand data and then choose which products they will buy. The role of the regulator I mentioned, we have something new as of 2021. CVM, central bank, and also insurance, so the financial market with both feet. How to manage risk and biodiversity, including biodiversity, even if weak manner, but we'll get there. And then to listen to the last part of the question, we have it in English. I'm sorry, but this is the original news. If we have all this context to discuss biodiversity as an umbrella of a financial system, I must look at investors, especially in the capital market. And what I have today is the first great precedent, which is John De Gea, of a minor shareholder having a lawsuit against the company where he has his shares to say the company is not properly managing climate risks. Of course, it's climate, but this is the first step for us to have new demands that will certainly get here, and climate won't be the main issue. For the main issue will be biodiversity. This is great to talk about love and pain in the same sentence. We associate the different actors in this ecosystem, and we associate the regulator to the pain. I hope they may associate the BNDES to love. We made some actions, and there is some bracket here. Vida mentioned other people from the BNDES who have been around. Actions of love. We have a blended fine call that was ended now. And that would be some love in a complex equation. We don't have the concession resources to equalize this risk return. It's all on the website. You can see all the 11 selected projects. One of them is bioeconomy. Bioeconomy being confused with biodiversity, depends on how we call it. How you defend the taxonomy of bioeconomy, and the bank was old but not that old, called Impact Fund. The one was a Chile of EDF, and it is a biodiversity, at least the name. I hope it is when we invest in the name. It is a Chile that we have in the Amazon. Then we have initiatives. We have two initiatives. All the challenges we have, all the parts of incentives. This is the last question. We are ending. We're gonna how to insert biodiversity in the map of decision making to allocate capital. Of course, we have to look at what the world is doing. It is a journey, it is an evolution process. These are new topics of the financial. We have the younger brother of the task force about the data. The younger brother is for task force related to the management of risks related to nature. What is different in doing? It's not still not a recommendation. It's a beta version, but we hope it will come by 2003. And what will show how what is natural capital with specific biodiversity. How do I identify that for natural capital management and then report it to the market? Because the point for financial system for capital market is what are the data I will take to the market in relation to my environmental assets and how we will do that for the rule of the game. And we have to think I'm going to work according to the standard, the governance of risk management, the strategy, metrics, and targets we have here in this minutes, and probably this is the version to be published up to June next year. And another point that was mentioned here by João Pedro is that for these metrics and targets, I need a standardization of the data so the investors may understand what we are talking about in a clear, consistent, comparable, and trustworthy manner. This is simple to talk about biodiversity. It's normal, it's not new. JSSB is the younger brother of Glaucon, which is the IFRS Foundation. And IFRS Foundation is the Pope in relation to spread the financial data. It is a recommendation. When we have the recommendation of the sustainability standards of ISSB, we will still have another step of Brazil to incorporate it and become mandatory. Till there, it's going to be a recommendation to be adopted. But the how is, I understand the management, I use the 4 pillars, and then I'll go to this step. And of course, this starts with an umbrella of sustainability. It is under public consultation. It's over, but we will have climate data, which is always the same step. But the second step announced will be biodiversity, water, and all. So these are the steps on how we'll do it. How, and I will finish my talk. To say again, we are talking about something that may be global for the change of the economy in Brazil if we want. The financial system, generally speaking, will provide capital for this change, and it's getting ready. The central bank has a strategy.
We've also done this with a change of a form, of impact form that we had this year to gather and report on data. We may also have different works that are going to be done, but we're going to have to follow these new guidelines. This is something that we have to do because otherwise, if we don't have a good regulation for this implementation, like Ambima has already done, we are not going to be doing anything rather than spinning our wheels. We need to leave the business as usual, just put it in plain, simple English, and get working on this biodiversity and finances. So thank you. Thank you, Ana. We are closing here. I think this is really the last one, the last panel. I do hope it is. Thank you very much. I learned quite a lot here with Ana. She must be a professor because the way that she is clearly clever with her words. I appreciate your time here. I appreciate CVM inviting us. We're gonna have a giveaway. Did everyone get their numbers for the giveaway? Do you have your number? If you don't have one yet, please let me know. Got some people over here without their number. We have folks coming to get you a number. Meanwhile, I'd like to call over to the stage our book author. Blockchain is an insurer of electorate voting system. Akram Esper Jr. to do the honors of the giveaway. The book is autographed. Can you read the dedication, please? With best wishes from the author. Are we ready? May I? Make sure you have your number handy. '61 '61. I hear someone laughing. Oh, there we go. Thank you very much. Please, I can remain here on the stage with me. Congratulations on your new book. I'd like to invite Messi Montero, Operational Director, to come up here to the stage and officially close our activities. Juliana, please come on up on stage. She's our Administrative Director. I'd like to thank you all from the bottom of my heart. All of you who have been present, all of you who came by plane, hours and hours of flying. I know we're nowhere near the other states, especially if you're in the Rio-São Paulo axis. So thank you truly from the bottom of my heart. It was very insightful. There's so much wealth of knowledge here. That wasn't me. That wasn't me. Maybe I was just too much on the compliments. But anyways, thank you very much. We are closing as of now our first conference. I hope this is the first of many. And I hope that you all be present here in the next one. Nancy, the floor is yours. He asked as well, and I'm very flattened as well. We did not waste any efforts in order to make this all happen. And mission accomplished. Yes, mission accomplished. One thing that I did forget to mention. I would like to externalize to Vasco our thankfulness and how much we miss him, and I hope that we will see you again, Vasco, and meet you again soon.